With the help of React, Next.js and power of AI, we are going to build AI-powered voice agent for educational purpose. This is one of the game-changing SaaS application which we are going to build completely from the scratch. Hey there and welcome back to Tubeguruji channel. Today we are going to build AI-powered voice agent to learn about a specific topic, give the mock interview, learn about the question answer, or you can even learn any languages. This AI voice agent help you. This is a full stack SaaS application which we are going to build completely from the scratch. After building this application, you're gonna learn how to convert text to speech or speech to text, as well as how to get a response from the AI and how to present to any user. With modern UI trends, we are going to design this application and build it step by step. Let me walk through the demo of this application and then we'll talk about all the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. Here we have this beautiful landing screen, and after clicking get started, it will redirect you to the sign in screen where you have option to sign in with a GitHub, sign in with a Google, or even you can sign in with an email and password. So let's sign in with a Google. After sign in, you will land on the dashboard screen. If you see, after refresh, you will see this beautiful animation effect. It will give you, say, the fading effect to this all the list. Then you have all these different options that you can add it, and you're gonna learn how can you add other coaching option as well. For example, if you want to learn about any topic based lectures, you can get that, even though you can give the mock interview or prepare for the question answer. Then if you want to learn any new language, that also you can learn. And for if you want to put a concentration while doing a study, then you can select this meditation option. Let's select this mock interview. Now if I select here, you need to give topic on which you want to give the mock interview. Let's say you are a full stack developer and you want to give a mock interview on that one. So we'll say full stack front end developer, and especially you can say React.js. Then you have option to select a coaching expert. You have Jonah, Sally, Joey, and that also I'm going to tell you how to do it. And simply after selecting, click next. Then you will land on this discussion room page where you have option to connect. Now right now I disable my camera, but once you enable this camera, you can see your camera or webcam view as well at this side, at the bottom side. Then we'll connect with the Joanna, and then once it connect, we will start conversation. Hi Joanna, how are you? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm doing well, thank you. Ready to dive into your interview?
Yes, I'm pretty excited.
Great to hear. Let's start with the basics. What is React, and why would you use it in a project?
React is a web framework to develop the web application, and it's a client-side library as well.
Good start. To clarify, React is a JavaScript library for building user interfaces. Can you explain its key features?
And that's how you can do a two-way conversation. After doing all the conversation, you have option to generate the feedback. If you observe, when you talk about anything, you will see a live speech to text option, and that's how we are going to implement with the help of AssemblyAI. AssemblyAI help us to stream the speech to text, and with the help of that one, we are going to implement the speech to text feature into our application. Now on the right hand side, you will see all this conversation between you and the voice agent. Over here you will see an option to generate the feedback and notes depends on your conversation. Now if you are giving the interview, then it will generate the feedback for your interview and some suggestion as well to improve it. And if you are learning topic based lecture, then it will give you the notes. Let's generate the feedback and notes. It starts generating the feedback and notes with the help of AI models that we are going to learn how to connect and attach to our application. Once the feedback and notes are saved, you will see this notification, and then you can go back to the dashboard. On the dashboard, you will see this option where you can see the feedback anytime. If you talk about any lecture, then you will see the notes over here. If I go to this view feedback, it will navigate to the view summary screen where you will see your conversation, everything in the detail along with some key feature, the gap where you are lacking and everything in the detail. On the right hand side you will see the conversation, and depends on that one you got the feedback for that given interview. Everything we are going to implement from the scratch. But not only that, we are converted this application to SaaS. If I go to this profile, you will see we use this token based architecture where depends on the user usage, we are updating the token. User have option to upgrade to the paid plan, and with the help of Razor Pay payment gateway, we added the payment integration as well. Right now I'm on paid plan, and that's the reason I'm able to use up to 50,000 tokens, and that's completely up to you how much token you want to give for a free or on a paid plan. Over here you also see an account setting option. If I go to this account setting, you have option to update your profile, email auth and everything that we are going to implement within a one single component without writing any code. How cool, right? As this is a completely responsive friendly application, and you can also work on this application can work on any different kind of devices. This application is not only a SaaS application, but with this application you gonna learn a lot of different tech stack which are very important to get a job in the IT industry. Once you build this application, it will be very useful to all the students or job seeker to prepare for their exam and interview. Let's talk about the tech stack which we are going to use to build this application. Along with the React and Next.js, we are going to use a Tailwind CSS version 4. Then for the UI component library, we are going to use a Shatsion, and for the database, we are going to use a Convex database. Also, we are going to learn how to do the Convex self-hosting, and for a streaming speech to text, we are going to use an AssemblyAI. With the help of Assembly's streaming speech to text, you can convert the live audio into a text up to 90% of accuracy and within a less than 600 milliseconds of latency. How cool! And that also we gonna learn from the basic. Then for the AI model, I'm going to use OpenRouter where you can explore a multiple AI LLM model. And the last but not least, the Amazon Poly to convert our text to speech. Everything and all the sources that we are going to use to build this application is free to use. Also, if you want to access all of my exclusive courses and the source code, you can visit to tubeguruji.com where you will find all the projects and their source code. You can join the Tubeguruji Pro membership just under $15. Also, AssemblyAI will give you $15 of credit by joining the link in the description. Just click on that one and you will get $50 of credit to use it. All the important links, all the tech stack which we are going to use, I will put the link in the description so that it will be easy for you to access it. So guys, without doing any further delay, let's begin to develop AI voice assistant for educational content. Now let's create the React Next.js application. So this is a command to create the Next.js application. So simply go to the folder where you want to create this project, open a terminal at that folder, and then just type npx create next app at latest. Now you mentioned at latest, then it will install the latest version of Next.js, which is Next.js 15. Then say do you want to proceed, and then it will ask you to enter the project name. So here we'll say AI coaching voice agent. Okay, we can rename that again later on. Then it will ask do you want to use TypeScript. We'll say no. Also no to the ESLint and yes to the Tailwind CSS. Now recently Tailwind CSS launched the version 4, and with that version you will not see the Tailwind CSS file, but obviously once you say yes, it will install the Tailwind CSS for you, and we will see the all new changes introduced inside this Tailwind CSS version 4. Say app router to yes, this is very important, and we'll say no to other two question. Now if you see, it will install some dependency which is the important like React DOM Next and dev dependency for the Tailwind CSS. Now our project is ready. Simply go to the VS Code, open a folder where you just created your project, and I will open this folder. Say yes, I trust the author, and here you will see all the files and some folders get created when you create your application. Let me walk through each one by one. So first is the app folder which contain all your pages, routes, the layouts, right? So first we have this global.css, so which contain the all the style applied to the application. So you can mention it here. Now with the help of Tailwind CSS version 5, all the Tailwind CSS color variable also included inside the global CSS. So you will not find the new or separate file for the tailwind.config.js file. Okay, if you see, we don't have that file anymore. Then we have layout.js, which is the root layout of your application, in which you will see this HTML body tag, and through this body tag your all the pages are going to render. Here you will see the meta tag as well. This is very important in order to add SEO inside your application. And at the top here we have some custom fonts which is applied, but obviously you can update it that later on. Then we have the page.js file, which is the default page of your application. Now once we run the application, you will see this page is going to render. Then we have this public folder in which we are going to save all our images, assets, font, whatever you want, you can save inside this public folder. And without mentioning any path, you can directly use it, right? Then we have this next.config.mjs file, which contains the configuration related to the Next.js application, the package.json, which contains the name and version of your application, also the script to run to build your application, and the dependency along with their version. So whenever you install any new dependency, you will see this dependency along with their version and the dev dependency as well. Here you will see the Tailwind CSS is now on version 4, and this is the post CSS, which is again related to the Tailwind CSS only. Now simply go to the terminal, click new terminal, or you can open this terminal from the bottom. Just type a command npm run dev, click enter, and then you will see your application is now running on this particular URL with this 3000 port number. So I will just go to this browser, open this localhost 3000, and then you will see your application is now running. As I say in the beginning that this is the default page, which is nothing but our inside this app we have this page.js file, and this is the default page of your application. Now let me bring this side by side quickly, and let me delete all of this line of code. Okay, and simply we are going to add a div tag. Inside the div tag I will add h2 tag, and here we'll say subscribe to Tubeguruji. So if you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe and save it. As soon as save, you will see the text is now displaying to subscribe to Tubeguruji. Now all the routes or pages you need to name with the page.js file, and the route name is nothing but the folder name which you want to give, that we are going to learn it. Also along with that one, you want to learn how to add the nested routing, dynamic routing, and many more. As Next.js contains a folder based routing, it will be very easy and you don't need any configuration for the routing. Now next thing, we want to add the UI component library, which is a ShadCN. ShadCN is a Tailwind CSS based UI component library, and it's very popular among the developers. Simply go to the ui.shadcn.com, and here just go to this documentation. Now click Next.js as a framework because we want to install. Now at the top here you will see the following guide is for Tailwind CSS version 4, right? But if you are using version 3 or any other, then you have to follow this tutorial, okay? Or you can use this ShadCN with a version. Now this updated ShadCN tutorial is supported with a version Tailwind CSS version 4, okay? Now simply copy this command in order to initialize the ShadCN, I will open another terminal and simply will execute this chatcn command. Now we'll say yes to proceed, and then you can select the base color, whether you want neutral, gray or any other. So here we'll select the neutral, and obviously as we are using the React version 19, you have to forcefully add this library. So we'll say use force, and then it will install. But if you next time, if you don't want that particular command to run, just go to the package.json and simply update the React version to 18. It will not affect to your application, but make sure once you update the version inside the package.json install, make sure to run this npm I command, so it will install the whatever the version you mentioned, that particular package will get installed. Now once the chatcn is ready, you will see inside our folder or inside our explorer, you will see two new things get added. One is the lib folder. Inside that we have util.js file and other component.json file which contain the chatcn related configuration. Here you will find the theme, the base color, the style and everything. Next, let's test this particular component. Now, whenever you want to use any chatcn UI components, you have to first install that component. So in this case, let's say you want to use button component. So I will copy this inside the terminal. Let's paste that, and then once the button component get installed, you will see inside this component folder this button.jsx file get added. Obviously this is the chatcn. You have option to customize whenever you want. And if I go back to the button.js, I will simply add this button component, and here we'll simply write subscribe. Now if I go back to our application, here you will see the button called subscribe. Obviously it's not it's like just like a ghost kind of thing. It's not showing the color and everything because we provide a neutral color. Also, if I go to this global CSS, here you will see all the colors and the respective color code as well. Here you can update your color with your hex code as well. If you want to add something like #000, which is kind of black color, save it, and if I go back, you will see the button color will change to black. Okay, so it's up to you, and obviously you can customize all other styling as well. If you want to use something like, let's say, destructive. Okay, so I will go to this button, I will put the variant as a destructive, and here we have this destructive button. Okay, so everything, whatever the theme you want to add, just update the color combination and then you are good to go. It's time to add an authentication inside our application. It's very important. If you are developing any SaaS application, you have to protect your application from unauthorized user, to maintain all the data to be secured from unauthorized user, and that's the reason also we are going to add an authentication inside our application. So let's consider that user want to access our dashboard or application. First, obviously we're gonna check if user is authenticated or not. If user is already authenticated, then we are going to redirect user to the dashboard. If not, then we'll redirect user to the sign in sign up page, and after successful sign in only, then we are going to redirect user to the dashboard. As simple as that. And in order to add an authentication, we are going to use a stack auth. When I search on Google the best authentication service provider, there are a lot of service provider like Clerk, and stack auth is a alternative for the Clerk. So I thought to give one try to this stack auth and let's see how it works. So simply go to the stackauth.com and create a new account. And again, one more important thing, that it is free to use. Okay, so you don't need to pay anything. I will log into my account, and after successful sign in, you will land on this project page where you have option to create a new project. So we'll click on new project. Here give the project name. So we'll say AI coaching voice agent. You can give whatever name you want. You can even change that later on, and here you can add whatever the sign in option you want to add. Right now I'm keeping sign in with Google, sign in with GitHub, email, password and everything. Now simply click create project. After creating project, you will get this environment variable. Just copy that and go back to your application. Inside the root directory, we'll create a .env file, or we'll click .env.local and simply paste this all these three key which we copied and save it. After that, we'll say continue, and then this is your dashboard for your application. Here you can see once user log in and accessing your application, you can see live from which country, which location, everything. Then at the bottom you will see all the daily signups, active user, everything. Inside this user tab you will find the list of user, and there are other lot of things. You can just go ahead and access it. Here obviously you have option to modify your different SSO providers as well. You can add it, you can enable, disable. Now simply go to the documentation page, because that's where obviously we need to integrate first, and click on setup and installation. First thing, this is the recommended way, okay, and it's very easy to go, but you can do it manually as well. Let's select this command and copy this command and go to this project. Inside the terminal, we'll just paste this command, and then it will ask you, do you want to proceed? We'll say yes, and then next it will initialize this stack auth for us. So right now, if you see on a Windows, you might on a Mac OS, you might get this error, okay, because it is just not allowing user, or is denying the permission. In Windows, you might not get this error, okay. So simply what I will do, I will run this command using sudo, so that it will ask me to enter a password. Just we are giving permission to write into the file. And now if you see, it will ask question, we found the Next.js project, do you want to install the stack auth? So we'll say yes, click enter, and then it will start installing the stack auth for us. Now after successful installation, automatically this page will open, okay. Just close this one, and here you will find some of the file get created. Let's go to this folder structure, and inside this you will see a new folder get created called handler, and inside that we have this stack folder, and then inside we have this page.js file which is added by stack auth. Again, after this you will see one more file get added called loading.js, and inside the layout.js you will see this stack provider get added, okay. This is the context, and this context get added with this all the stack theme is also get added. So this component, two component get added, okay. And last important thing, the stack.js. So these are the file get added. You don't need to worry about any of this file, okay. Just I'm telling you just that you will get to know, okay, which are the files, where it came from and everything. Now I will go back, and over here obviously in the step 3 it's just mentioning which are the different file get added and everything, okay. Now if I go to this particular route, which is localhost 3000/handler/signup, let's click on this one. You will see our application now has the dedicated sign up screen. How cool, right? Now obviously all of these things you can manage from your dashboard page, okay, and that's where you can enable or disable the provider. I will select the account and we'll log into our account, and once you log in, now obviously you will redirect to this localhost 3000 page, okay. So that's how simple it is in order to add this authentication service provider. Now you can even go to this account setting page, and here you will see your account details, along we have the sidebar and everything, okay. Obviously we are not going to use this, but if I go to this next, here we have this dedicated component called user button, then we have this sign in sign up component and lot of other. Let's try this user button. So simply I will go to our page.js, and I will use this user button component, okay. If you see, it is there, it's importing from the stack frame/stack, and simply save it. Now if I go to this localhost 3000, I will just refresh this, and here you will see the user profile image. If I click on that one, you will see an option called account settings, sign out, the user email and all. Perfect, right? So that's how you need to add an authentication. Now one more important thing, that there is a obviously you need to add or you need to protect some routes, right? So if I go to the next, with the help of this use user hook, you will get the user information that we will see later on. But if I scroll down again, I think protecting page. So this is the option called protecting page. Now there are three ways that you can protect the page. One, using this middleware file. One is the client component and one is the server component. The best way I think is a middleware, because everything you can keep in one file only. Whenever you want to protect any routes, you can just mention that over here. So I will create this file called middleware, and this need to be a JSX, and simply will copy this line of code. Now make sure to install this stack server app from the stack, and make sure to import this next response as well, and then save it. Right now we are not protecting any route because we only have the default page, but once we have the dashboard and everything is set up, then we are going to add the route which you want to protect. Okay, so that route we're gonna add inside the middleware.jsx file. Now next, once user is authenticated very first time, we gonna save user information to our database so that we can keep a track of all the user activity and everything. So that's what we are going to see next. In order to store application data, we need a database, and for that one we are going to use a Convex. Convex is an open source database for your application. It also provides a lot of different features like real-time updates. It's a type safety included. Also, if you want to run any specific task, you have the cron job. In order to store the file, they also provide a file storage functionality, and there are many more. I am using this Convex from a long time, and it perfectly work into any application. With the help of Convex, you can build web application, mobile application, keeping your data at one place. Now, Convex provides two different ways to where you can use the Convex. One is the Convex Cloud, where you can set up the database on their own platform, or Convex also provide a self-hosting where you can host the Convex on your own premises or on your own platform. How cool, right? And in this particular chapter, we are going to see both the feature, that how to enable Convex on their own platform or how to do the self-hosting with the help of Docker. So first thing, go to the convex.dev and here create a new account if you don't have, or just log into your Convex account. Here if you see, I already have a lot of projects I created with the Convex, and here are some of the projects which you can see that I already use the Convex. Now simply click create project and give the project name. Here we'll say AI coaching voice agent, and simply click create. Once it is created, your database is now ready. Over here inside the data, you can able to create the tables. Obviously we are going to write a schema in order to generate these tables. Then whatever the function you write, function will comes under this function tab. Then you can upload the files, you can schedule the cron job, and everything you will find over here. The best thing about this Convex that you can keep this dev environment and the production environment separately. You also have a preview environment as well. How cool, right? So your data will be specific to that particular environment. Also, once your Convex is ready, simply click in the link in the description about the Convex documentation. Then you will jump on the specific documentation for the Convex Next.js. Now first thing you need to do is to install the Convex, as we already created the Next.js application. So we'll just go to the copy this npm install convex command. We'll go to our terminal, and inside the new terminal we'll execute this command. After this, you just need to run npx convex dev. So right now, okay, I need to run with this sudo, so we'll run with this sudo npm, and after that I will run this npx convex dev. So it will run the Convex. Now we'll choose the existing project, and here make sure to select the correct project. So I will select the AI coaching voice agent and click enter, and over here you will see it's saying your Convex function is ready. Now inside the Explorer you will see the new folder get created called Convex, and inside that you will have some of the files. You don't need to worry about any of this file right now. Okay, now let's go back, and the next important step you need to do is wrap your application inside this Convex provider. Okay, so if you see this children is rendering inside this Convex provider. So we'll go back to our application, and inside this app folder we'll create a new file called provider.js. You can say JSX, add a default template, and I will just rename this to provider with a P capital, and I will accept the children. Now I am making this provider as a different file from the layout because we can keep this provider on the client side and we can keep the layout.js on the server side. Now simply I will also mark this as a use client and save it. Now make sure to render these children like this, and inside your layout.js now I will wrap these children inside this provider. Now obviously on the application side nothing will get changed. Okay, now simply you copy this import statement. Okay, let's copy this one, and inside the provider I will paste it here. Next you need to copy this Convex provider client. Okay, now if you see over here inside the clients they provide this Convex. Okay, they initialize this Convex client, so I will just copy this and will paste inside this provider. I will just remove this exclamation mark, and this next public Convex URL it automatically get added inside your .env.local, and if you see it has this Convex deployment URL and the Convex URL as well. This is very important because that we need it later on, but for now you are good. And then we'll wrap this children. So copy this Convex provider and I will just paste it here, something like this. Perfect, right? After this, if I go to this particular section, you don't need to implement all of these things because we keep as simple as it is, and I think your Convex is now ready. And anytime if you find any error you can see inside the terminal. Now let's create a new table. So I will go to this Convex folder and we'll create a new file called schema.js. Now inside the schema we'll create a new table, and inside this schema we'll simply say export default define schema, and inside the define schema you need to write a table name. Let's say users. Here we'll say define table, and inside this define table you need to mention all the column which you want. Let's say we want a name column which is of type, let's make sure to input this Convex value as a v dot string. Then email ID we want, so we'll say email column as v dot string again, and I will also put a credits column which is of type number. Okay, so we can give some default credit to the user, and here also we will say subscription ID. If you subscribe to our application, right, with some payment, that subscription ID we want to save, which is of type string. Obviously later on you can add as much column you want as well. You can come back, add the column, and that's all. As soon as we save this one, you will see that our Convex function is now ready. If I go to our Convex data, and boom, here we have the new table. Cool, right? Inside the schema you will see the schema which you wrote, and obviously if I click on add you will see these are some of the fields which you can add it. It's nothing but those column. Now you might wonder why we did not add the ID column. Now Convex will automatically generate the unique ID for each of the record. Also along with that one, it also generate the created time when you created this record, so you don't need to create those column. Okay, now let's save this one and that's all. That's how you can create and set up the Convex. Now this is the first method that you are running this Convex on their own platform. Obviously you cannot move that because that is running on their Convex cloud platform. Okay, now the question is how to do the self-hosting. So simply click on the link which I kept in the description, which is regarding the self-hosting, and click on this self-hosting guide. Okay, I will also put the link in the description. Now on this particular documentation you will find everything in the detail, how to host the Convex on the Docker with the help of Docker, how to connect the Convex to the PostgreSQL database using the Neon, and there are a lot of other things is mentioned inside this documentation. Let's do one by one because first we want to host Convex on our platform. So with the help of Docker we are going to do, so simply go to the docker.com, and if you're not familiar, don't worry, just follow this particular video and you will be okay. So click download Docker desktop and make sure to select your operating system and download it. Now I already downloaded it, so I will just open this Docker. See, so I will open the Docker, and in the meantime it's opening, but yeah, this is how it looks like. Okay, if you see, I already have this Docker, this particular application running on this Docker. But let's go to the documentation, and you need to download this docker-compose file. So just click on it, make sure to download. Now I already have multiple files, but I will edit the name as well. So I will copy that and will paste inside the root directory. Now I will just rename this to only Docker compose. Okay, something like this. After that, let's go back to the documentation again. You need to run this command called docker compose up. So inside the terminal, we'll add a new terminal and just paste this command. Now it will set up the backend and dashboard for you with the help of Docker and Convex. So we'll wait to finish, and after that you need to generate the admin key. Okay, with using this command. So copy this command, and once it is finished creating the backend and the dashboard, if you see, now it's running, right? Now inside the new terminal we'll just run this command which will generate the admin key. See, now go to this particular URL, localhost 6791, and on this particular URL you need to add this admin key. So copy this admin key and simply paste it here and click login, and boom. Now if you see, same UI you will see on the Convex cloud as well, that also running on your local host. It means it's running on your local, and you don't need to worry about the cloud, how many users you have to do, nothing about that. You can just run Convex locally. How cool, right? Now next thing, if you go back to this documentation, that you need to add these two variable. So let's go back to your environment file. So I will go to this enemy.local, but make sure to comment this both this URL because that was running for the cloud, right? Now we'll add this self-hosted URL and self-hosted admin key. Now whatever the admin key is generated, I will just copy that and I will paste it here. See, okay. Now once you put the production, you just need to update this hosted URL, that also mentioned in this documentation how to put in the production. Now obviously we already have the Convex installed, you don't need to install, but you can run this convex dev command. So simply what I will do, I will go back to this particular Convex, and obviously it's running again. See, it's updated, but I will stop this and I will run this npx convex dev command, and boom. See, now that's all you need to do. Now if I go to this localhost 6791, and inside the data you will see the table called user, and here obviously whatever you saw in the Convex platform, same thing you will see inside your Convex local as well. Okay, so that's how you can do this Convex self hosting. If you have any question about the self-hosting, you can always reach out to the Convex Discord channel, or you can ask the question in the comment section or on my Tubeguruji Discord channel as well. Now, once user successfully sign in or sign up, we need to save the user information to our database. As our database is already set up, just we need to save the user information. We also need to make sure that if user is new, then only we want to save the user information, but if user already exists inside our database, then we don't need to store the user information. So let's go back to our application, and inside the Convex we need to write a function. So I will create a new file called users.js, and inside that we'll create export constant create user. Now inside this create user, we are going to insert the user inside our database. For that one, obviously it's a mutation, so we'll say mutation, but if you are fetching the data, then it will be a query. Now make sure it's importing from this path. Then inside that we'll get the arguments. Okay, now obviously inside the argument we'll get the user name. We'll provide a type, so we'll say mv.string. Then we want to get the user email of type string. So right now only two parameters are necessary. Then we want to add a handler with async. Here we have ctx, comma arguments and the arrow function. Now first thing we'll check if user already exists. If not, then add new user. Okay. Now in order to check if user is already exists or not, we'll say constant user data is equal to await ctx.db.query, because we want to fetch the record. You have here you need to give the table name dot filter, and depends on the email ID we can check it. So filter, here we'll say q dot equal, and inside that we'll say q dot fill on email comma arguments dot email. Here we'll check the fill from the table and from the our arguments email. We'll check if both are matched, then just fetch it. Okay, like this. Now if user data is empty, okay, so here we'll say if user data dot length is equal to 0, it means it don't have any user data, then we need to insert the record. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot insert, and you need to provide a table name users, and then you need to provide the value. So first is name. Now instead of providing this value over here, I will just define a constant called data, and inside that we'll define name. Let's say name with arguments dot name, then email as arguments dot email, and I'm also going to provide a credits. Okay, from obviously I will put default credit to 50,000. Also one more thing that I'm going to update, so inside the schema I will make this subscription ID as an optional field. So just wrap this particular column inside this v dot optional. Okay, so we are just making that this particular field is optional. You don't need to pass any data if you don't have. So right now these three fields are mandatory, so we are passing that one, and either you can pass a data something like this, or you can just destructurize it something like this. Okay, it's up to you. And once it is inserted, we'll return the data. Now we are not returning the result, because result will only return the inserted ID. So we'll just console that one as well. Okay, but if user data is already there, then over here we'll say return user data of 0. Now obviously user data will give the list, and from the first item we need to just return that one and then save it. So this is how easily you need to create a function, and inside this function you will see all the logic we written. Now next thing, let's go to the app, and inside the provider.jsx, here instead of provider we'll create another provider. Okay, so here we'll say auth provider.jsx. okay, now what auth provider will do, it will check if user is new or not, but first we'll define this auth provider something like this. You can rename this provider only, I think that's okay, that's fine, I think auth provider, and just get the children. I will render these children over here, and then I will wrap this auth provider something like this. Okay, now if I go to our localhost 3000, you will not see any change, okay, because we are just rendering these children again through this auth provider. Now inside this auth provider, first we'll get the user information using constant user is equal to use user, and this user hook we are getting from the stack frame. Okay, now if you want, I can show you what data it will return. So whenever the user information is available, we'll just console this user, and if I go to this inspect panel, go to the console, here inside this object you will see that it will return the display name, then it has the primary email address, profile image URL, and many other things. Perfect. Now simply in order to save the user information, we'll create a new method called constant. Here we say create new user, and simply first define the mutation. So we'll say create user mutation, I will say only is equal to use mutation. And if you see this use mutation is importing from the Convex React, inside this use mutation you need to provide this API, so which is api.user.createUser. Now over here we'll say constant result is equal to await, and the mutation name which is create user, and then inside that you need to provide the value. The first is the name, that you can get it from the user dot display name, and the email which is user dot email, I think, let me primary email I believe. So you can just check the object and where is the email, so which is this primary email. Perfect. Now here let's make this as async, and once you get the data you will see inside this result. Now call this create new user method only when the user information is available. Let's save this one. Let's go back to our application, and I will just refresh this screen once, and right now we have one error. Okay, so it's about the, so we use this hook use user, okay, and I think it look like we need to call this on the client side. So let's make this as a client and let's test this out. Now this error caused because we added this loading.tsx file, but it's saying no suspense boundary error. Now to fix this issue, simply go to your provider.jsx, and over here I will just add this suspense from the React. Okay, so make sure to wrap this, and over here we'll say fallback, and inside that we'll add a p tag, we'll say just loading. Okay, so this is a fallback whenever there is a loading going on. Now if I refresh it, you will see the text loading, and then it will jump on this particular home screen. Over here inside the console, you will see inside the login we got this ID from this create user Convex. Cool, right? And it will return me this particular information that we are expecting. Not only that, but if I go to our database here inside the users, you will see a new record with the credit, email, name. Obviously we don't have subscription ID, but we also have this creation time along with this ID, right? And this is the same ID what it is printing over here, because this is the inserted record ID, right, which we console inside this create user. Right now we don't need this, I will remove that one. And that's how you need to add. Now again, if I refresh it, now in this case it will just return us the data. And if I go over here, you will see we have this ID and all the information, but it will not insert the record into database because it's already checking if this user email already exists or not, and depends on that one it will take an action. So that's how easily you can write the convex function in order to create a new user and check if user is already exist. With the help of convex functions, you can write the logic on the convex function itself, and you don't need to write it inside your client component. Once we get the user information from the database, we need to save in a state so that we can share it across application in a different components. And for that one, we are going to use a React context. Context is a state management hook, help us to share the data across the different component instead of passing from one component to other. Let me show you how to define it first. So simply go to this app, and inside this we'll create a component, create a folder called underscore context. Now we are giving this name start with underscore because Next.js then will not consider this as a route. Okay. Now inside this we'll create a user context.jsx file. Now inside that I will give the context name. I will keep the context name similar to the file name, and we'll say create context. And that's all. That's how easily you can create the context. Now next step is simply go to the auth provider, and over here you can wrap these children inside this user context, something like this. Now to this user context, obviously it has a provider, so make sure to pass add this provider, and then you have to pass some default value. So we'll define the user, here we'll say user data comma set user data is equal to use state. And once we have the user information right over here, we'll set the user data as result and simply pass this user data state comma set user data. Now in whichever component you want to use this user data information, just you need to use the context, call user context, and then you can access that. Obviously you want to learn how to do that, but for now make sure that you are passing this user data to our user context provider. Now it's time to design the dashboard screen, where we are going to add the header at the top, and we will make sure all the routes which user can have authorized to see, right, that on all the pages we are going to keep this header constant. Then the dashboard contain this some options, the button for the profile where user have option to see the credits, account setting, and lot of other things. And then user have option that he can see the previous lecture and the interview feedback at the bottom. Okay, this is simple and clean screen. Obviously all these assets I'm going to share with you. So first let's go back to our application, and inside this app folder I'm going to create a new folder called main. Now inside this main folder, whatever the application routes which we want to keep after user authenticated, we can keep inside this main folder. Now first I will create a layout.jsx file. Now this layout is dedicated to a dashboard screen, so I will add a default template and we'll call it as a dashboard layout. Okay, now through this one obviously I'm going to render the children, and Next.js will automatically detect that this layout page or layout file can be used for all the route which is inside this main folder. Let's save this one. Now inside this main, let's create a new folder called dashboard. Inside this dashboard, we can create a page.jsx file and then add a default template to this. We'll say a dashboard. You can give any name, you can say workspace as well, and save it. Now if I go back to our application, let's go to the new route called dashboard. You will see we are now redirecting to the dashboard screen. Perfect, right? But what user is not authenticated? Let me go back and let me log out user. So I will sign out the user and it's saying leave the site. Then I will go to the dashboard screen and it's allowing me, but we don't want that one. If you remember, when we add the authentication, we added this middleware.jsx file where we need to add whatever the route which you want to protect. So over here I will just add all the routes come after the dashboard. We can just protect that, see, something like this, and then save it. Now if I go back and try to refresh this, you will see it will navigate us to a sign in screen because it will check if user is already authenticated or not, and boom, if you see it's navigated. Cool, right? Now only when you sign in, then only you can able to access the dashboard screen. And now if I go to the dashboard, then I can able to access the dashboard. That's how you can protect your routes from unauthorized user. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to the dashboard, and first thing we need to add the header. So inside this main folder, I'm going to create another folder called _components, and inside this we create app header.jsx. Now let's add a default template and then save it. Now make sure to add this app header inside the layout because we want to keep this app layout throughout the dashboard, right? So over here we'll say app header and then save. Now you will see on this we have this app header showing on the top. Now first thing we want to get the logo, so I will use this logo placeholder site, okay, to get the logo. It's just a placeholder, but you can replace with an actual logo. So let's search some simple and clean logo. So I will get this logo, click on it, it will copy the SVG file, and then simply go to the public folder. Inside that we'll create a logo.svg file and paste the code, which is the SVG code, save it so that you can use inside this app header. So first thing, we'll add image tag from the next/image, then source tag. Now this image tag from the next/image is very helpful for the image optimization. Okay. Now inside the source, just define the file name, and automatically Next.js will detect that you are trying to access this particular image or file from the public folder. Now here we'll say logo. Now whatever the width and height you are mentioning here, that is you are just optimizing that image. I will give, let's say 200 and height of 200, okay, and save it. Now if I save and go back to our application, or let me open this one, let me make sure to save this one. Okay, I think it's saved, and here we have the logo. Perfect. Now obviously you can just change width and height according to your requirements. Then we also want to show a user button on the right hand side. So here we'll say user button. Now this component is importing from the stack frame /tag, and save it. And now it will reload. I don't know why it's slow, but yeah, if you see, now we have this profile. Now we want this button on the right hand side, and also we are going to add some padding to this header. So for this div, we'll add a class name, we'll add padding to, let's say 3, and we also add little bit shadow. So we'll say shadow small, and then save it. Now if you see, once we add the padding, we'll see the change. Now also make this div as a flex, and then make justify between along with the item center, so that this particular item will be on the right hand side where you have option to see the account setting and other options. Cool, right? Now this is how our header is ready. Now moving to the next part, which is this particular section called workspace. Now over here I'm going to create a component inside the dashboard because this component related to dashboard, so we create that new folder called underscore components, and inside this we'll create, we can call it as a feature assistant .jsx. Okay, you can name anything and then add a default template. Now inside our page.jsx, I will just add it here called feature assistance and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, you will see that feature assistant will display over here, right? Now we want to give some padding and margin so that we can keep everything in the center, and depends on the screen size you can change the padding as well. So for that one, I will go to this layout.js and I will give the padding to these children, so that whatever the routes that we are going to add inside this main, it will apply to all the screen. So over here we'll add a class name. First we'll give padding to 10, we'll give margin top to let's say 20. Then on the medium screen we'll give padding to 20 maybe, yeah. Then on large screen we'll give padding to 32. On extra large we'll give padding X to 48, and we have 2XL as well, give padding to let's say 56 and save it. Now once we add the padding, you will see the feature assistant now showing over here. Okay, let's add more padding. Let's say over here you can say 72, so that you will see the change. So actually this screen comes under the Excel size, so maybe we can increase this one. Perfect. Okay, after that we want to add this particular text called my workspace and then welcome back and username. So this will be the username that we want to display, and on the right hand side we have this button as well. So let's go back and simply feature assistant over here, I will add a text called my let me see the text. So it's called my workspace, and below to that we have welcome back and the username. So username will be we can get that username from the hook, so we'll say use user. Okay, and obviously may mark this particular component on the client side as well, and over here we'll just say user dot display name and save it. Okay, and if I go back here, we have this text called my workspace, and on the second line you will see that we have the welcome back and the name of the user. Now let's apply some style. So over here we'll say style, the class name, because we are applying the Tailwind CSS. Over here we'll say font medium, and I will just change the gray to let's say 500. Then for this h2 tag we'll add a class name, we'll say text, let's say 3XL font bold, and this is how it will look like. On the right hand side we will add a button. So first I will wrap this in a div, and then we'll add a button and we'll simply say profile and save it. You can name whatever the button you want, and once you add, you will see the button will display on the right hand side, or obviously currently it is just below to that one. Maybe we want to move to the right side, so I will again wrap this div, wrap this both the component inside this div, and then we'll add a class name, we'll say flex, then justify between and item to be in the center. Okay, also let's save this first and let's see how it looks, and boom. Now we want to keep the primary color little different, kind of blue color, right? We want to change the whatever the components that we are going to add from the ChatCN, we want the primary color something like our logo. So in order to change the primary color for all the components, simply go to the global CSS. That's where you will find all the color codes. Now search for the primary Right now it's a black color we added, right? But over here we want to add some kind of blue, so I will just change this hex to 1F84EF and then save it, and make sure to, okay, let's save this. Okay, I think we need to add colon and save. Now once you save it, just make sure to refresh your application, and boom, if you see, the button color is now changed, right? And whenever you add any component, the primary color will be this blue color. Next, we want to display all of these options, right? And for each of them, I already added these images inside our public folder. So if I go to our project, inside this public folder, I added this, let's say interview.png, language.png, and so on. As I told you that I'm going to share that with you. Now, obviously, we'll create one list, and in that we're gonna add the name, icon, and all other fields which we want. So basically, first thing, I will create a new folder called services. Inside the services, we'll create options.jsx file, and inside that we'll say export constant. I will name it as, let's say, what name we give for this component, assistance. So here we'll say experts list, we can say, okay, and inside that I will add the name, let's say lecture on topic. Over here I will add the icon related to that one. So inside this I already have this lecture.png, so we'll just name it as a lecture.png. I will copy this and we'll add it something like this. Okay, right now for this particular screen, if you observe, we only want the image and the name, right? So that's the reason we added only these two fields. Then we want, let's say, interview, or we'll say mock interview. For that one we have this interview.png file, then question answer prep. Over here we'll say qa.png, and then we have the another one, I think, called languages. Here we'll say language.png. You can name whatever you want, and then last we'll say meditation, to focus on the study. So here we'll say meditation.png and then save it. Now make sure to export this particular list so that you can use it. So once you added this all the options, simply go to our app folder, and inside our dashboard component where we have this feature assistant list, right? Here we are going to just display that. So I will add one div. Inside this div we'll add an I forgot the, okay, it's a expert list dot map, and here we'll say expert, I will say just option comma index and the arrow function. Inside this we'll add one more view, and then the div we want to add, and inside that we'll add an image, the source tag, and inside this image we want to add option dot icon. Okay, here inside the alt tag I will give the option dot name as a alt tag. Then inside the width you can just mention the width, let's say 150, height to 150, and then inside the class name you can actually mention the height. So let's say 70 pixel and width to 70 pixel. Now this width and height is used to optimize our images. Okay, now let's save this one and let's go back to our application, and over here now we'll display the images, and boom, if you see, we have all the images, right? Also this particular error which you saw, we got it because we need to provide the key as an index and then save. Now after this we also want to show the name or text, whatever we give. So here we'll say option dot name and save it. And once we add that one, you will see the name for each of these options. Perfect. Now we want this in the form of grid. So for this div, we'll add a class name and we'll make this as a grid. Now by default, we can show a 3 column, and when screen size is larger, we'll say grid column 5. On extra large, maybe we can say grid column 6 and save. And now you will see everything will be in the form of grid. See, perfect. Now obviously we want to add some style to this one. First thing, for this div, I will add a class name. We'll give a padding to 3 and we'll give a background color to a secondary. Also, we'll make a rounded corner to, let's say 3XL. We'll make this flex column and justify in the center, and also make item to be in the center, so everything will be in the center, something like this. Say, now let's give some gap as well. So over here, for this actually div, we need to give gap, let's say gap to 10. Perfect. And let's give margin from the top. So over here we'll say margin top to 10. For now, let's make this 5 and let's see how it looks. I think 5 is also much better. Okay. One more important thing, I think for now, I think that's good. If you want to change this text, you can change the size and all. Here I will add just margin top to 2 and then save it. And most important thing, if you try to go to the inspect panel and change the size, you will see the change. Now on the smaller screen, I think it's better if I go to this mobile view. This is how it look like, right? Instead of making 3, you can just mark this as a 2. Okay, so that will be good one. Perfect. Now next thing we want to add is this particular section. Okay, so again we have to add 2 section for that one. So what I will do, I will go to the page.jsx and just below to that I will add a div, and inside this div first we want to add a component called lectures, or I will say history.jsx. We'll add a default template and we'll add another component called feedback.jsx. Now both the component I'm going to add over here. First we have the history, and then we have the feedback component. Now for this div, we'll add a class name and we'll make this as a grid and make grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and grid column 2 when the screen size is medium or larger, and then I will give the gap to 10 as well. And now if I go back to this page, you will see the history and feedback. Let's give margin top. So over here I will just add margin top to 10. Then I'm just going to simply add this particular text, and also we'll increase this margin top to, let's say 20. Now inside the history we'll say the text called your previous lectures. Over here we'll add a class name. We'll make font bold, text large. Same, I will copy the same h2 tag. I will just make sure that it's displaying correctly. I think we can increase this size, let's say XL, and then copy this and go to the feedback. Same thing I'm going to add inside the feedback, and here we'll say feedback as a text only and save it. Now under the history, obviously we don't have anything, so I will just add a simple text. Okay, obviously we're gonna update that. Here we say you don't have any previous lectures, and inside the class name we'll say text gray to, let's say 400. Same thing I'm going to add over here, and here we'll say you don't have any previous interview feedback and save it. And let's go back, and here we have perfect. So that's how our dashboard is now ready. Only thing that I'm concerned, the space from we gave from the top. So basically inside the page, not here but inside the layout, we give margin top to 12. Over here I will just make to, let's say 140, I don't know, let's make it 114 only, margin top to 14, and I think that will be good one. I think that's good. Okay, so that's how guys you need to add the dashboard. Simple, we don't have any logic written, just we display the images. Now one last important thing that we want to do is to add some animation to these particular cards. So whenever we hover on this one, we want to move these images little bit. So it's quite easy. Simply go to our feature assistant component, and for this image we'll say on hover, I just want to rotate this image, let's say 12 degree. Okay, also we'll add a cursor pointer. So here we'll say cursor pointer and then save. Now if I hover on this one, you will see this beautiful moment, right? And that's the reason we added this. Now for the smooth animation, you can also mention transition all, and that once you add this particular Tailwind CSS class, it's very smooth. See now from the previous. Okay, also if you want to, when you reload your application, we want to show these cards with some kind of animation, and for that to see an animation, you can go to this magic UI.design, go to the components. Here you will see a different components. For the card, I will definitely prefer this blur fade. Okay, and if you see, if I refresh, this is how it will look like. Okay, very easy to install. First just copy this npm command, execute inside your VS Code, inside the terminal. I will just paste that, and then just go to the code, and here we have the example how to use it. You just need to wrap your component inside this blur fade, and then you need to provide the delay. Let me show you how. So I will copy this, and then okay, so over here I think I need to pass with a sudo. Okay, because in my Mac OS is little secure, it will not give you permission easily. And in meantime, I will just wrap this particular view inside this blur fade. Now make sure to close this tag as well. I think this particular tag. Perfect. And over here we'll say a key. Let's say key as option dot icon. Over here this is the delay. Okay, so it depends on the index, it will show, and I think that's pretty good. Let's save this one and let's test this out. So let's go back now to our application. Also I just got it that you need to import this blur fade, so make sure to import this blur fade from this magic UI import statement and then save it. Now if I go back and refresh this screen, and if I reload this now, you will see how beautiful the animated, right? Boom. So that's how you can add the animation. You can explore the more animation inside this one. We will use some of them so that our application look more interactive, and once you add the animation, it will give a different effect to your application as well. Now when user click on any of this option, we want to open a dialog, and on that dialog we are going to accept the topic name on which user want to put a conversation, and the different tutorial guide. So in this case, if you see, we have 3 guides in this mockup, and that kind of way that we want to show it on this dialog. Now if I go back to our application, right, we have these 5 different kind of agents, we can say, and on the click of any of them we want to open dialog. Obviously we are not going to create a different dialog for each of them, but rather we will create only one dialog, and on the click of that one, that will open that particular dialog. And only thing that the information depend on which agent user selected, that information we're going to pass to that dialog. So let's go back to our application, and very first thing that we need to do, we'll create a new component and we'll call it as a user in input dialog.js. Let's add a default template. Now in order to add a dialog, I'm going to use a ShadCN dialog component. So go to the ShadCN and search for this dialog component. It's very easy. If I click on this one, this is how the dialog will open. First thing, you need to install this dialog component. So inside the new terminal, I will just add this dialog component. And once it is installed, in the meantime, we can copy this import statement. And then we'll also copy this example and we'll paste it here and save it. Now if you see, this is the dialog trigger. It's nothing but on the click of this open button, this dialog will open. But we want to open the dialog on the click of these particular options. So simply you can accept the children and pass these children inside this dialog trigger. Now I will go to this our feature assistant. One more thing, that I updated this name to coaching options. Okay, so over here we have the different name, but I just updated. Doesn't matter actually that much, but just I rename that particular list. Now simply I'm going to wrap this inside our user input dialog. Okay, something like this. So now what will happen, this will be our children for this user input dialog, and along with this one I'm also going to pass some data. So here we'll say coaching option is equal to, and then selected option, and here I will accept that. Okay, and save it. Now if I go back, I will just make sure to refresh this once, and if I open any of them, let's open this one, you will see that I have this dialog open, right? But there is some style change as well, so let's fix that one. So I will just do one thing, I will just copy this over here and I will remove this all the class name. Let's see how it looks. I'm not sure, but still we want to view this in the center of the screen, so let's keep this. Yes, we don't need to give the padding. Okay, I'm just updating the style, nothing else, and I think yeah, that's pretty cool. Perfect. Next thing, after this, let's go to this user input dialog, and for the dialog title I'm going to show from the coaching option dot name. That's what we give, right? So if I click on this question answer, you will see it's showing question answer. If I select mock interview, it will show the mock interview, and so on. Now let's go back, and here inside this dialog description, I'm gonna simply add a div, and inside this div tag we'll add a text. We'll say enter a topic to master your skills in, and you can give this name. Okay, so and save it. Now if I go back, if I click on this one, you will see it's saying enter topic to master your skill. Here we have the error, which is the hydration error. So either you can just add it as child to this one, and hopefully the error will come. If I select this one, if you see, the error is no longer present. Now I will just give margin top as well. So for maybe you can give it to this div. Okay, so margin top to 3, and then we want to add a text area. So from the ShadCN we have the text area component. Just make sure to install. So I will just copy this component, and over here I will paste it, so it will get installed. And after this h2 tag, we'll add this text area component. Inside that, we'll add a placeholder and we'll say enter your topic here. If I go back now, you will see the text area. Perfect. Just I will give little bit margin top to 2, and for this h2 tag I will make text is of black color. Perfect. Now next thing, we wanted to show the teachers or the expert name, right, the guide. So for that one, I'm going to add, I will copy this similar h2 tag, I will paste it here. I will add some margin top to 5, and then we want to show that all the options. So I will add that option inside our service folder, inside these options, and here we say export constant coaching expert is equal to, and inside this we'll add a name. Now name is nothing but the name of the person, obviously, but this name we are also going to use to give the voice. Okay, and for that one we are going to use Amazon Poly, which is a text to speech AI generator that we're gonna learn it later on in this course. But for now, make sure you will keep the same name. Okay, and I'm also going to show you how to get all of this name as well. Then for avatar, I will say we'll give the name as a t1 dot, I think it's a jpj. So I already added that images inside our public folder. Oh, so it's avif, that's interesting. And I will paste this couple of times. The second name I will give is as a Sally and Matthew, and this is t3, it's a jpeg, and save it. Now this particular option we wanted to show, so we'll say coaching expert dot map, we'll say expert comma index and the arrow function. Inside that we'll add a text, not text, here we'll add an image tag, and inside that we'll add a source. The source will be expert dot avatar. Here we'll add a alt tag as expert dot name, and then we'll give width, let's say 100, height 200. Now if I go back to our application, you will see these options. Perfect. Also I will make sure to wrap this in a div. For this div we'll add a key as an index, and then we'll add an h2 tag with a name. Now with this div we'll add a grid, and we'll make grid column 3 when the screen size is smaller, and on medium or larger we'll say grid column 5. Also we'll give gap to, let's say, 6, and this is how it look like. Perfect. After this, for this image we'll add a class name. We'll make a rounded, let's say 2xl, and save this one. Let's give a height, proper height, so we'll say 80 pixel, width to 80 pixel, and we'll say object cover, so it will not break. And if we see, this is how it will look like. For this particular div we'll give some margin top to 3, some space. Perfect. Now let's make sure to center this particular text. So we'll say text in the center. Now whenever we hover on this one, we want to give some kind of zoom effect, right? So basically either you can provide some border, okay, when users select that particular item. So on hover I will just scale this to 105, and for smooth animation we'll say transition all, and if I hover on this one, so this is how it looks. See, okay, And once user select it, we want to show a border. So in order to save the selection, we say constant selected expert comma set selected expert is equal to use state. Okay, and on the click of that one, obviously we want to show. Also forgot to add the cursor pointer, so whenever you hover on this one, you will see this cursor pointer. Here we'll add a on click event, and when it's selected, so we'll say set selected expert will be the expert dot name, because we are just saving the name of the selected expert. After this, we can add a border. So we can add a class name. Make sure you will add the curly braces, because we want to add depends on the condition, right? So here we'll say condition if selected expert is equal to expert dot name, then we put and operation, and then we want add a border. I think just add a border. Okay, let's say border 2. Also outside of this one, we'll give a padding to 1, and for I will also make the rounded corner and save it, and let's see how it looks. So if I open any of this one, if I select this, you will see this border and the selected one. Perfect, right? Instead of, I think let's remove this this styling, and we'll apply to the image only. Okay, so we don't want this to the div. So basically I will wrap in a curly braces with this tag quote, and then this condition I am going to write over here, and I will remove from this one. Okay, and save it. Now if I select this one, the border is visible but it's very small. Either we need to give a padding, so here we'll just say border, but let's add padding to 1. Perfect. And now if I select this one, it's showing the selected one. Perfect. You can even change the color, border color. So here we'll say border primary. I think that's much better. See, perfect, right? And then at the bottom we want to add 2 buttons. So maybe after this div we'll add one more div. Here we'll say button, and we'll say cancel, and we have another button, and here we'll say next. Now this cancel button, we'll put a variant as ghost, and for this div we'll add a flex gap of 5 and justify to n, and this will be look like this at the right hand side. Perfect. I will also give margin top to 5. Perfect. And this is how our dialog simple and clean is ready. Now make sure when user enter the topic, we need to save it in one state. So we'll define a state. We'll say constant topic comma set topic is equal to use state, and when user enter value inside the text area, we need to add on change method, which will emit the event e, and here we'll say set topic with the event dot target dot value, and then save it. Perfect, right? Now if I open this one, whenever you enter any topic, select this and then click next. Now you also have to make sure that whenever you enter the topic value and selected the option, then only you need to enable this next button. So basically here you can add a condition. It will be disabled if topic, or you can add something like this, if topic and or if topic is not there, or we'll say or the expert name is not there. So here we'll say selected expert is not there, then disable it. If I open this one, right now it's disabled. I will enter some topic and select this value, and boom, now it's enabled. Perfect, right? And if I remove the topic, it will again disable it. Also on the click of this cancel, we want to close the dialog. So simply we have one component. Here we have dialog close, but make sure it's importing from this component UI dialog, and then wrap your button inside this dialog close. Also, don't forget to mention it as a child. Save this one, and if I go back to our application, if I click cancel, see, it's closing, right? But obviously once you enter the data, select this, and the next, it's not closing it, because on the click of next we want to save the user information, like which topic user selected, which agent or that particular is selected. Like in this case I select the mock interview, we enter some topic, the user will select this some expert, and this information we need to save. I just figured out we keep this same name over here, so we'll update this name, oh sorry, this particular label. So let's go to this dialog, and over here we'll say select your coaching expert. So that, yeah, now it's perfect. Now to save this information, we need to have the table into our database. So simply go to the schema.js file, which is inside this Convex folder, and inside here we'll create a new table. We'll call it as a discussion room, okay, and we'll say define table. Inside here you can provide the column name. So first column I will name it as coaching option, or coaching type you can say. Here we'll say v dot string, because it is of type string. Then the topic name, again it is of type string. Then the expert name you can mention as type string, and we are going to save the conversation between this expert and the user, right? So conversation. Now this will be an optional field, so I will put an optional, and it is of type any, because we are going to save a JSON data into this conversation column. Now as soon as you save this one, right, inside this Convex, you will see the discussion room table is get created. Now let's create a new function called discussion room, and whatever the functions related to a discussion room which we are going to write, like mutation query, we'll keep inside this same folder. Now inside this we'll say export constant create new room, and this will be the mutation. So we'll write mutation. First we'll get the arguments, so I will simply copy this, because all of this we want except the conversation, so I will remove this. Then we'll say handler async ctx comma arguments and the arrow function. Here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx dot db dot insert, and here you need to provide a table name which is discussion room, and then provide all the field. So first let's say you want to save this coaching option, so we'll say coaching option dot is coaching option, then the value will be arguments dot I think we forgot to import this v, make sure to pass this, and then we'll get the coaching option. Same thing, we want to save topic, so we'll say arguments dot topic, and then expert name as arguments dot expert name. Okay, so these three fields which we are adding, and once we get the once we inserted the record successfully, we'll get the result, which is nothing but the inserted record ID. So here we say return the result. Okay, now this return is very important, because once we get the ID, with that ID we need to pass inside the route, okay, because we are creating dynamic route later on, but make sure to return the result. Now simply go to this user input dialog, and here we'll define this mutation. Here we say create discussion room is equal to use mutation, and here we provide API dot discussion room dot create new room, and then we'll create a new method called constant on click next, because that is the next button, and then over here we'll say constant result is equal to await create discussion room, and inside this we need to pass a topic name which we already have. Then we want to pass a coaching option that we can get it from the coaching option dot name, because we are just saving the name, and then expert name, so expert name again, which is nothing but the selected expert, so from this state, and then here we mark it as a async. Okay, now this on click next I'm going to attach to our button. So here we'll say on click and just call this button, right? Also when the data get inserting, right, we'll add a loading state, and which will be the false initially, and when you click on this next button, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it finished we'll set the loading as a false. Now also make sure whenever there is a loading is true, right, we can show the indicator, loading indicator. So over here I will add a condition: if loading is true, then I'm going to show a loader icon, and I will just add some animation to this, so we'll say animate spin. Also I will disable this button whenever the loading is true. Okay, so user will not click multiple times, and I think that's all we needed. I will just console the result as well and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, I will just refresh this once, and let's say you want to do some lecture on your topic, so I open this and give the topic name. So here we'll say I want to learn a React.js basic. Okay, then you can select the coaching expert. Okay, let's select Matthew, and then I will also open the inspect panel so we can observe the result and click next. Once you click next, right now we get an error. It's saying are you running the npx convex dev? So I'm not sure whether we are running or not, so I think we are running. Okay, so I think we forgot to save this particular screen. If you see, we have this dot, it means we did not save, we forgot to save. And now if you see, I think it look like data inserted, or not sure. Let's try it again. So I will open this, so we'll say basic React.js you want to learn, select it and then click next, and boom, if you see inside the console we got the ID. Now this ID is nothing but the record which we inserted, and it has generated this unique ID. If you see, we have this coaching option, obviously conversation is empty, the expert name, topic, and the creation time. All the details are now saved to our tables. Perfect, right? So that's what we wanted. Now as soon as this ID is generated, we want to navigate to the new screen, and on that one user can start learning from our AI voice agent. Let's understand the workflow of our application. Now very first thing we need to do is to connect to the server, and very first thing that we need to get access to the microphone. Now once you open our application, we have to make sure we will allow you the microphone access so that we can talk it, and then the next step is whatever you talk we need to convert that into a text, and for that one we are going to use an AssemblyAI, which is the sponsor of this video. Now this AssemblyAI has a feature called streaming speech to text, which will give us a text in a real time. So as soon as you start speaking, you will get the text immediately without any lag, and that's the reason we are going to use the AssemblyAI. And once we get the microphone access, then also we are going to start the session in assembly, and that also we are going to learn. Next step is to get an answer from the AI model. Once user asks any question, once we have the text, we will pass that text to the Gemini or any AI model. Obviously we gonna pass the prompt, and I'm going to tell you that how we can connect to the different AI model like Gemini, OpenAI, ChatGPTs, DeepSeek, Claude and many others, and that is completely for free. And once we have that model ready and set up, we will get the answer from the AI model, and once we have that answer in the form of text, we are going to convert that into a speech. And for that one, we are going to use an AWS Amazon Poly. Amazon Poly is a AWS service which will convert your text to speech, and again it's also free. Once we have this ready, then we're gonna play that audio to the user, and that's how all the AI voice agent works. And this is the simplest workflow that I gave it to you. Obviously, while implementing this, I'm going to we are going to follow step-by-step process, and each time I'm going to inform you how and where and at what step we are on, so that you will understand step-by-step process to implement it and integrate all of these AI models. Now once we added all this information to our database, we need to close this dialog and we want to navigate to the new screen. So we want to create a new route, and this is our new screen will look like. If user select any of these options, right, it will navigate to this new route, and over here we have option. You will see this image which you will feel like, okay, you are talking with some assistant or some agent. At the right hand side, this will be actually our chart section. Okay, so as soon as you start speaking, you will see the chart between you and the assistant, so you don't need to type anything, but you can see in a real time. And then we have this connect now button which will connect to the server. It allow you to talk it will also enable the microphones and everything. Okay, so we need to create this route as well. First thing, inside this user input dialog, we have to make sure once we save this information, we need to close the dialog, and for that one we can programmatically close this dialog. So first we'll say open dialog commas, and we'll define the state actually is equal to use state, and initially I will make this false. Now once user successfully let me click this down. When user successfully save the information, we'll simply say set open dialog to false. Okay, and for this dialog we'll say open as open dialog. Okay, and then it also have another method called on open change, and here we'll pass set open dialog. Okay, and then save it. Also I will make sure everything is good over here, and let's test this out. Now if I go back and I will just refresh this once, and when you open any of this one and add some topic, React, I want interview on the React.js, you can select any coaching expert and click next, and boom, obviously it is inserted to our table as well. Okay, so that's how it works. Now as soon as it gets saved, we want to navigate to the new route, so let's create a new route first. So inside this main folder, I'm going to create a new folder called discussion room, and inside this discussion room we are going to create a dynamic route. Okay, and this will be like the room ID. Okay, now this room ID might be different every time. Okay, I make sure this room ID we need to create inside the discussion room. Okay, and then we have this room ID, and then we'll pass the page.jsx file. Add a default template. Here we'll say discussion room as the component or page name, and then save it. And let me show you how it works. So over here, if I go to the discussion room /1, then it will navigate to that particular page. And if you see the text showing discussion room. Now on this particular URL you can pass any ID, it doesn't matter because it's a dynamic one. And that's the reason whenever you want to create any dynamic route, make sure to give the folder name with a square. Okay, and then you have to pass this room ID which we pass inside the URL. Now in order to get this room ID, you just need to write constant, then the name of this particular folder is equal to use params. Okay, so this use param hook we are going to use. I will make this component on the client side, okay, and then save it. Now I will just console this room ID so that we can check whether it's correct or not. Now inside this inspect panel, and if I go to the console, you will see this ID, see, and this one and this one. Perfect. But what we want to do, when we create a new record, we want to navigate with that particular ID. So basically from this user input dialog we want to navigate, right? So as soon as you click on next, simply over here we'll say we want to navigate, so we need to add a router first. So we'll define a router is equal to use a router from the next/navigation, and simply I'm going to say router dot push and give the path name. So in this case is discussion room slash and the ID. Now this ID is nothing but the ID which you get it from this result. So that result I will pass, okay, and then save it. And let's take this out. Now I will say lecture on topic. Here we'll say I want to learn on history of India, okay, and you can select any coaching expert, say next, and boom, over here you will see our path along with the ID. This is the record ID, obviously we are getting from the Convex, and then we jump on this home screen. Obviously this is the discussion room's home screen, okay. So that's how guys you need to route it. Now on this screen, as per the design, we need to create it. And one more important thing, if you observe, we have the header. You don't need to add a header because we are already in using the dashboard layout file, okay. Now for this one, first if you see whatever we select, that name we are showing, so same thing I'm going to add. But before that, with the help of this room ID, we need to get the record information from the database. So I will go to this discussion room.convex file, and here we write a new function to get the room details, okay, or the discussion room details or record details you can say. So here we say constant get discussion room and the arrow function like this. Oh sorry, not arrow function, as this is the just a query. So we'll pass a query, and inside the query we'll accept the arguments, and the argument will be the just a ID, and here we'll say v.id, but you have to tell from which column. So that column name is nothing but the discussion room. I'll just copy this and paste it here. Then we'll add an handler async and the arrow function, okay. So here we'll say constant result is equal to await ctx, okay. So we need to add ct comma db, sorry, arguments, and here we'll say ctx dot db dot get, because we already have the ID, so you don't need to give any table or anything, okay. Just inside here you need to add the ID, something like this, argument data ID, and Convex automatically detect where you are fetching from, because we already mentioned this ID from which table, right? And that's all you need to do. Once we have the result, just return the result and then save it, as simple as that. Now inside the page.jsx you have two options that you can fetch it. Either you can use the use convex hook, or you can use the use query hook. I'm going to simply let's use the use query hook. So simply here we say constant get, we say discussion room is equal to discussion room data, we'll say is equal to use query, and then API, sorry, API dot discussion room dot get discussion room, and here we need to pass an argument. So in this case the ID we need to pass, and we already have the room ID, so let's pass that room ID, and let's console this discussion room data and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, go to the inspect panel just to verify whether we got the data or not. Okay, and let me refresh this screen once, and I don't know whether we got it. Okay, yeah, if you see, we got the data, so which has the coaching option, expert name, topic name. Perfect. Now with the help of this information, obviously this information we already have now, right? But from this information we or from the expert name we need to get the information. So if I go to our options, right, and if I passing this John, so I want to fetch author, right? So that information will get it. So simply we'll say constant, or let's do one thing. Okay, let's add a constant expert is equal to, and over here we'll say discussion room data. Okay, not discussion room, but we'll say options. Let me see the field name, coaching expert actually. So from the coaching expert, make sure to import dot find, and here we'll say item, then item dot name is matches with the discussion room data, discussion room data dot expert name, and that expert we are going to fetch. I will just make sure and console whether we are getting or not, and we'll save it. And if I refresh this, so it's saying the expert name is undefined because it takes some time to fetch the data, see, right? So another option is, obviously you need to add that inside the use effect, okay, and then call this only when the discussion room data is available. So here I can add a condition, if discussion room data is available, then only call it, and here we'll pass the inside this use effect. Okay, so whenever the discussion room data is updated, it will execute this line of code, and then that expert information you need to save. So we'll say constant expert comma set expert is equal to use state. So make sure it's a use state, and then we'll set the expert as a expert. Perfect, and then save it. Now if I go back and refresh the screen, you will see now we got the data with author and the name. Now let's go over here, let's add h2 tag, and I want to give the name from the discussion room data. So here we say discussion room data dot it's a coaching option, right? So that's what we gave the name. Let me check, and if you see the lecture on topic, let's apply some font to this one. So here we'll say style, oh sorry, not style, the class name, and here we say text large, font bold. Then we'll add a div. Inside the div we'll add 2 more div, and we'll give a class name margin top to 5, and in this first div we're gonna show let me show you the mockup. So this particular section, and on the right the chart section. Okay, so over here first let's show the image, and that image we will fetch it from the expert dot author. Here we'll say author only. The width, let's add 200 for now, height to 200. I will just make sure it's displaying on the screen. So right now we have an error. Okay, so make sure it's an optional field, not optional, but it's, we will add this optional operator. Okay, so we have an error, expert is not defined, obviously because it starts with a small e, and we have this image. Beautiful. Obviously I'm going to add a class name. We'll say height to 80 pixel and width to 80 pixel, and also we'll make rounded full. Okay, and for the image we'll say object cover and save it. Perfect. Now let's divide this particular div, this complete div, right, because we need to make 2 columns. So here I will add a grid. When the screen size is smaller, we'll make grid column 2, and when the screen size is larger, we'll make grid column 4. Okay, out of these 4 column, I'm going to assign 3 column to this one. So this need to be a column span 3 and 1 column to this one, only when the screen size is larger. And let's give the gap, so we'll say gap to 10. Okay, and if I go over here, obviously you will not see any change, but later on you will see this. Then for this particular div, we'll add some style Tailwind CSS classes. So over here I will provide some height, let's say 60 pixel. Then I will add a background color to, let's say, secondary, and we'll also add a border. We'll make rounded to 4XL, and I will make it flex column, item to be in the center and justify in the center. And then it's waiting. Oh, that's weird. This is not I expected, but let's see why it's happening. Okay, so this need to be a column span 3. Okay, we gave the incorrect name, and now we have the width, but somehow the height did not. Okay, so instead of 60 pixel, we need vertical height, 60 vertical height. So that's what we need to mention, and boom. So this is how it will look like. Perfect, right? Then after that, I'm going to add the text below to this one. So we'll say s2 tag, and inside this we'll just add expert dot name. Okay, and save it. So now we have the name for this one, so you will get to know who you are talking with. Okay, and let's add a class name. We'll make text gray, let's say 500. Okay, and save it. Now for this image we can add one animate pulse effect. Okay, so you will see once we add the pulse effect, it will glow and hide it, something like this, right? It will give you the something like talking calling effect. On the right hand side we want to show your profile image, something like this. See, so that what we are going to show. So simply over here I will add a div, and inside this div we'll add a user button. Okay, and for this div we'll add a class name. First I will add a padding. Let's add padding to 5. Okay, then we'll add a background gray color. Let's add background, okay, let's add background gray to 200. Okay, then we'll make padding x to 10, and we'll make rounded large and save it. See, but we want on the right hand side, right? So make this as absolute, and we'll say bottom to 10 and right to 10. And oh, so if you see it's going to this screen right side, but we want over here. So simply for this particular div you can mark it as a relative, and then it bounds the boundary kind of thing, right? And it will be inside this one now. Perfect. Next, on the right hand side we need to show a chat box. So basically similar div I will just copy over here, and I'm gonna paste something like this. Okay, the height 60 vertical is fine, everything is fine, and just write a chart section inside the s2 tag. And if I go over here, okay, so it's coming to the bottom. That's the reason is we have this column span. I will remove that, and then on the right hand side we have this chart section as well. Okay, beautiful, but it's quite small, right? So what you can do, you can just change this column span to 2, and here I will make this 3. So now this one is quite bigger. I think this is much better now. Now below to this one, we are going to add one button which will connect, which will have the text called connect. Okay, so let's go over here. Okay, I think we need to wrap this in a one div. Okay, something like this, and make sure this particular option you will add to this particular div, so that in another div I can add a button and we'll just say connect. Here we'll give class name margin top to 5, we'll make flex, then item to be in the center, justify content in center, and then save it. And here we have the button. Okay, now obviously this button helps us to connect to the server, and then you can start the conversation. Over here I'm going to write one message just below the chat section. So again, same thing I'm going to add over here. I will wrap this in another div, and then over here we'll add h2 tag, and we'll simply say at the end of your conversation we will automatically generate feedback slash notes from your conversation. Okay, so what we are going to do, we are going to generate the feedback note depends on the user conversation. That also we are going to learn. Okay, so obviously inside the workflow I did not mention that one, but this is very important part as well. Let's save it, and this is how it will look like. I will just add some style. So here I will add a class name margin top to 5. I will make text gray, let's say 400, and we'll make text smaller, and this is how it will look like. I think that's much better. Also over here we have a lot of space, so I will also fix this simply. For this parent div you can add a class name, give margin top to let's say 12, and once you add the margin it will go into the negative margin, right? And that's how you need to add inside the Tailwind CSS. I think, and now if you see the margin is gone, I think this is much better. So everything will be in the same screen, you don't need to scroll it. Now it's time to enable the microphone, and this is the first thing that we want to implement. I'm going to make your life easier because I'm going to provide this source code so that you can enable the microphone, and it's quite straightforward. So first let's copy this from this documentation. I will keep the link in the description, and when we click connect, that time we need to call. So here we'll say constant connect to server, I will say, and the arrow function like this, and simply paste this line of code. Obviously there are a lot of spaces, so I will just remove this all the spaces and then save it. Now this particular connect to server method we need to call when user click on this connect button. So here we'll say on click and then call this connect to server. Also we have to make sure whenever user click connect, we need to show a disconnect button to disconnect from the microphone as well, or from the server as well. So I'm going to create one state. We'll say constant enable microphone, or we say enable recording. Okay, so enable mic, or we say set enable mic is equal to use state, and initially it will be false. Now whenever the set mic is false, then we are going to show this connect button. So here we'll say enable mic if it's false, so I will make this as opposite, then show the connect button. Otherwise we'll add another button, we'll say disconnect, and for this button I'm going to add a variant as destructive. So let me get this variant name. So this is the destructive, I will just paste it here and then close it. So obviously we'll call a new method to disconnect. Here we'll say disconnect. Okay, and this disconnect method I'm going to write over here. Perfect. and let's save this one. Now over here we use this record RTC from the browser method. Okay, so you have to import this record RTC first. So from this package, you can just search on Google record RTC, you will find this package, copy that and then paste it here. So inside the browser I will just add this record RTC. I need to add with a sudo, and then once it is installed you can easily import that. So now if you see, it's importing from this record RTC. I will just also comment this one because we don't have this transcriber, okay, but I think other than that we are good. At the top make sure to define the recorder, okay, because this is very important. And obviously we also need to add, let's do one thing, let's add a constant recorder is equal to use reference, and initially it will be nulls. Make sure to import this use reference as well, so that we can refer that, and we are saying just start the recording, and once it is finished we'll say stop the recording as well. So inside the disconnect it will accept the event, and inside that we'll say e dot prevent default. So this need to be a prevent default, and then we'll say recorder dot current dot pause recording, okay, and then we'll set the recorder dot current to null, and also we have to make sure set enable mic to be false, okay, and once you start connecting we'll say set enable mic to true, and then save it. Now let's go back to our application. I will just refresh this once. Also one more thing I forgot, you need to mention this slice timeout. So I will at the top I will just say let silence timeout. This is needed to check whether user is silent or not, right? If user pause, it means we have to make sure that now AI need to do his work, okay, because here user will waiting for the AI's answer, right? And that's the reason we added this. I don't know why we got this internal server error. Let me refresh this again. We got this internal server error because we added this record RTC, and sometime Next.js first run on server and then we'll check is it a client or not. So to fix this, I added this line called constant record RTC, and then I'm importing dynamically with this import statement, and make sure you can say server side rendering as a false, okay. And inside this connect server we already have this method. I just commented to test this out, and I think we are good. Let's test this out. So if I click now connect, and right now if you see it's saying permission denied, right, and microphone is not allowed. Now I by manually I disable this one, but once you enable, right, I will reload our application, and then if I click connect you will see that the microphone is enabled, right, and it's saying using now. It means whatever you are speaking now is getting started. Now to test this out I will just console this buffer so that you will get to know whether we are recording or not. Now if I click connect you will see it start recording. Perfect. So as soon as I start speaking it will change this value as well. When I click disconnect it will just pause the recording, and now it will not record anymore, okay. So that's how you need to connect the microphone and enable it, and depends on the requirement you can connect and disconnect the call. Now the next step is to convert our speech to a text, and for that one we are going to use an AssemblyAI, where we are going to stream the speech in a real time to a text. So it will be very useful, so that whatever the text we are going to get it from this AssemblyAI, we are going to pass to the AI model. So simply go to this assemblyai.com or click the link in the description, so you'll jump on specific page. The AssemblyAI is a platform where you can convert speech to text. Also it provides product called streaming to speech to text, that what we are going to use. In real time it's gonna happen. So as soon as you start speaking, you will see it will display the text on the screen. Also, it provides a lot of other different features which you can test for free. They have the playground where you can test these features, you can try out, and definitely AssemblyAI is one of my favorite platform, because I already use AssemblyAI in my one of the previous video. Now simply create a new account if you don't have and log into this account. On the home screen you will see the code example if you want to do the transcribe your first audio file to the text, and there are a lot of other model. Now we want to deal with this transcript live audio stream, that's what we are looking. So very first thing we need to do is to install this AssemblyAI. So I will copy this AssemblyAI statement, and inside our terminal I will just make sure to install that. Once it install, this is the code that you can use it, but we are going to write in a little bit different way, which is completely compatible to the React and Next.js. Also, let me walk through this AssemblyAI dashboard. So whenever you make a call to this AssemblyAI API, you will see this usage over here, along with how much did it cost and everything. You will also get $50 of credit once you join it. Okay, then you will find all of these analytics, depends on how much you use. Then inside this account section you will find all the red part. In the billing section you have option to add funds. You will see this all the pricing. The most important and most interesting thing that you can set the alert. So right now if you see, I just set alert to $1, and whenever the $1 reach, I will get notification that okay, you are about to reach $1. Then we can take an action accordingly. Inside this API key you will find this API key. Just copy this API key which we want later on in this project, and then in the documentation you will jump onto this AssemblyAI API documentation, which help us to integrate with any kind of application or any kind of platform with an AssemblyAI. Now first thing, I'm going to copy this API key because we want that. Okay, so just copy this, go back to your project, and inside your .env.local file I will just paste it here. Okay, so let's paste assembly API key is equal to, and paste this key and simply save it. I will close all of this tab for now. Now once you install the AssemblyAI, let's go to the discussion room page.jsx file, and here I am going to define the, we'll say, real time transcriber is equal to use reference, and initially I will set this as a null. Now inside this connect to server, over here we'll initialize this AssemblyAI first. Okay, now inside this AssemblyAI we'll say real time transcriber dot current is equal to new real time transcriber. Okay, and inside this one you need to provide the token. Now we need to generate the token every time whenever your session is started. You have to make sure every time you will generate new token, which will help us to avoid unauthenticated API call to this AssemblyAI. Okay, and then we also need to provide a sample rate. Now the recommendation from the AssemblyAI, the sample rate need to be 16,000, something like this you need to provide, and here we need to generate the token. Okay, so once you generate the token, then it will get initialized automatically. Now in order to generate this token, you need to generate on the server side. So for that one, inside this app folder I'm going to create a new folder called API, and inside this API folder we are going to create a new folder again called let's say get token. Okay, and then we'll say route.jsx. Now this is the endpoint, the API endpoint or API we are going to create called get token, and in that one we are going to we are going to call AssemblyAI to get the temporary token. So it's quite simple. We'll say export export async function, as this is a get request. So we'll say get request, and then we'll say constant token is equal to await. Here we'll say assembly is okay. Let me define this first. Okay, so over here we'll say constant assembly is equal to, or let's say assembly AI is equal to new assembly AI. Make sure to import that one, and here inside that you need to provide the API key, which we already have from process.env, and from this environment variable we'll copy this assembly API key and we'll paste it here. And then once we have this assembly AI, we'll say assembly AI dot real time dot create temporary token, and you can even mention the expiration of this temporary token. Let's say 6 minutes, 5-6 minutes, something like that, I think. Okay, and just mention once you get the token, you just return that token. So we'll say next response dot JSON and then pass this token. Okay, and then save it. So that's how you can create the API endpoint. Now once you have this API endpoint ready, simply go back to this page.js, and here we'll say await. Oh, so over here we need to call this HTTP endpoint to get the token. So what I will do, inside our service folder, let's go to the services folder, and we'll create one file, and we'll say global services dot JSX. Okay, we'll add a default template, and we'll write this method over here to make an we don't need a default, but we'll just add that something like this. And to make an HTTP call to this particular API endpoint, we need an Axios. Axios is the HTTP client library, so just install that first. So you just need to add npm I Axios, and it will install the Axios for you. Once it is installed, we'll write a method called export constant get token and arrow function. Over here we'll say constant result is equal to await Axios dot get, and then give the endpoint, which is API slash get token. Okay, and we'll make this as async, and once we have the result, we'll say return result dot data, and inside this result dot data we have the token. Let's save this one and simply call this. So we'll say await get token, and if you see, it is importing this get token from our global services. Okay, so that's how you can generate the token, and then you can use it. Now whenever you start the session, it will generate the new token for you. Now write some socket function from the assembly. So it's like real time transcriber dot current dot on, and here the name is, so I will just copy this name from here. If you see, let's go to this stream TypeScript, and this is the transcript. Okay, so we'll copy, we'll paste it here, we'll say async transcript. Okay, and the arrow function. Now inside this one you will get the transcript, so I will just console this transcript for now, and we'll test this out. Okay, and over here don't forget to connect that. So here we'll say await real time transcriber dot current dot connect. So it has a connect method which will connect to the assembly AI. Okay, and then save it. Also, when you disconnect it, it's very important that you will also disconnect from this assembly AI. So we will say real time transcript dot current dot close, something like this. Okay, and then simply save it. Let's make this as async and save. Now we'll test this until this point, and we'll check whether we are getting any data from AI assembly or assembly AI. So let's refresh. We'll connect this and let's talk something. Okay, I'm not sure whether something is happening or not. Just we are getting this whatever we talk, right? That buffer we are getting. Right now we are not getting anything, right? So what we are missing, that whenever you speak, right, you need to pass that buffer, or because whatever we are getting from the mic to this socket. So this is the socket, nothing but this transcript. When you pass that, it will detect that the change and then it will console it. Now obviously first we'll say if real-time transcriber dot current is true or not. Okay, and then over here we need to send this buffer. So we'll simply say real-time transcriber dot current dot send audio, and that audio file we are going to send will say buffer. So whatever we have inside the buffer, that is nothing but the encoded audio. Okay, whatever we speak, and that we are passing. Now let's save this one and then let's test this out. So I will refresh the screen once, go to the inspect panel and console, and let's start. Now we'll say connect. Now once you connected, we'll see whether we are getting any data or not. And right now if you see, we've got some data and beautiful, right? Let's stop it. And once we stop, obviously it will stop, but over here you will find we inside the transcript we got different type of data. Okay, obviously over here you will see whatever we talk that coming inside the text, but it's called a partial transcriptor. But once you finalize, then you will also have the message type called final transcript, which contain your complete message. Now partial transcript is helpful when you want to show in a real time, and final transcript is helpful when you want a complete text. Once user pause for a few millisecond or second, then this final transcript will get executed, right? Now until this point, simple thing that we are able to get the data inside the transcript. Only thing that we need to show it on the screen, right, as soon as we start talking. So over here what we can do, let's say, so we'll write a logic in order to update the real state in real time. So you can define a over here we'll say let text and curly braces. Okay, and also I'm going to define constant real time text comma send real time text, or we can say transcribe. Actually here we say set transcribe is equal to use state. Okay, now inside this transcript we'll simply get the text first. Okay, so I think I name this to, let's make it text. Now in order to show the real time, right, we'll say text, inside that we'll say a transcript dot, well, let me see what we get. Yeah, transcript dot audio start. Okay, obviously this particular field you will find over here, see audio start. Okay, and then we are going to show a transcript dot text, because we are getting that text. Then we'll say constant keys is equal to object dot keys, and then we'll pass a text into that one. Okay, after this we'll say keys dot sort, and we are just sorting depends on the time, right, because we have the already saved. And then last we'll say for constant key of keys, and arrow function here we say if text of key, if it's there, then we'll simply say message. Obviously we'll define a message in a moment, and then we'll save in that one. Okay, so we'll just add text of key. Okay, and obviously every time whenever this particular transcript execute, right, we'll define a message over here, and once we have all of this message, then simply we are going to save in a state. So here we have already defined the state called set transcribe, and then we'll add the message to that one. Okay, now for now, okay, we are going to show the transcript. Maybe after this div we can add, let's add a div again, and inside div we can show this transcript and then save it. Now let's test this out. I'm not sure whether it will work or not, but now what you need to do, let's connect again. And once it connected, obviously it will take some time. We need to add a loading function for that one, and we'll see whether it's working or not. Right now I think something is missed, so we have an error. So it's saying keys is not defined. Okay, let's fix that one. So maybe somewhere we use incorrect variable name. Oh, okay, so over here it need to be a keys. Okay, we gave the incorrect one. So let's connect again. You will see that as soon as I talk speaking, you will see in a real time we are getting the text printing on the screen. How cool, right? So that's how this assembly AI give you the speech to text in a real time. So that's how easy it is, right? We did not add a lot of code, just you need to make sure once we get the data from this transcript, right, we need to add it in proper way so that we can just display it on the screen. And here we have the result. Obviously over here I'm going to update little bit, so we will see in proper way. But inside the chart section we need to save the final script. Okay, we don't want a partial script return something like this. So to do that, inside the transcript over here, okay, maybe we can add after this, we'll say if transcript. Okay, let me first disconnect this because otherwise it will get all my text. So I will disconnect this and make sure to refresh. Now inside the transcript we'll say transcript dot message type is equal to, and if you go, okay, I just refreshed, that's fine. It has a field name called final, or maybe the message type has a two type of script. One is the final and one is the partial. Okay, we want the final script, and then once we have the final script, we'll define in a, or we'll push it inside this list. So we'll say conversation, set conversation is equal to use state, and it will be the list. And once we have the final script, we'll just push that. So we'll say set conversation. Here we'll add the previous one, and we'll say dot 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 previous value along with the new value. Now here I will add a role as a user, because when users speak then we are adding that, right? And here we'll add a content with the transcript dot text. Okay, so what we are doing, whatever the final transcript we are getting, we are just pushing it with the role as a user, and inside the content we add whatever the text we are getting from the assembly AI. As simple as that, and then save it. Now we have this conversation, right, state. Now only thing that we need to do, once we get this result, we need to display it in the form of chart. As simple as that. And once we have the user conversation, then we'll move to this next thing, that to get the answer from the AI prompt. Now moving to the next section, which is getting the response from the AI model. As we already have the text which users speak, and we convert it to a text by using the assembly AI, and then that text we are going to pass to the AI model. Now in this case you can use any AI model like Gemini, OpenAI, DeepSeek, Claude, and any other. I am going to tell you how to get all of this API for free. Also inside our option.jsx, where we have this coaching option, and we added the name and icon. Along with that one I added this prompt field. Now I'm going to share this particular file with you so that you can use this prompt. In each of this prompt we pass this user topic, right? And obviously we are going to replace this user topic string with the actual user topic which user entered. I will just rename this field name. Okay, so I will make sure it's in the small case and then save it. Now I will close this all of this file, And inside these services, in global services, we are going to create a new method. We'll say constant, we'll say AI model and the arrow function. Now inside this we will write a logic to get the data from the AI model, and for that one we are going to use an openrouter.ai. OpenRouter contains a lot of different AI model which you can use it for free. They also have paid API available, but it's up to you which one do you want to use. You can even try by going to this chart and you can test this out completely for free. Now if I go to this model section, here you will find a bunch of different model which you can use it. Now if you want to use any free model, here you will see the model, for example this gamma 31b is completely free, that you can use it, or you can just filter this out with this free model. And here you will see that we have the DeepSeek, the Google Gemini, and there are a lot of other, right? So you can use whichever you want. Now simply make sure to sign up with this your account, and then select the model which you want to use. Let's say for example I want to use this Gemini Pro 2.0 experimental. Select this model. Here you will see all the information. Okay, then inside this API section you need to create an API key. Okay, just click on this create API key and you will jump on this API key. You have option to create a new API key. I already created for our voice agent, so I will just copy this one, but you can create, that's completely for free. Then select the TypeScript, and this is the simple code example that you can use it directly inside your application. But if you want to use any third party SDK, that also you can use it. So I will click on this framework documentation and it will jump on me to use this OpenAI SDK, and that's what we are going to use. Okay, so basically what I am going to do, I will copy first, obviously make sure to install this OpenAI. So let's copy this inside the terminal, make sure to install, and once it install, make sure to import this OpenAI. So over here I will import that, and then I will just copy everything as it is. So let's copy this OpenAI initialization first. So we'll copy this, I will put just above this, so it will initialize. We don't want this default header, so I will remove this. We want to replace this with an actual API key. So I will just copy this environment variable which I kept inside this .env.local file, and then simply I will say process.env and this key. Once your OpenAI is initialized, let's go back to the documentation, and this is the simplest code which you can use it. Okay, let's copy this console log as well to verify that we are getting the data. Let's make this as async, and over here you need to provide the model which you want to use. I will go back to this previous screen and you will see this model name over here. Just copy this model name, and over here just wanted to show you that this is completely free. Okay, so you don't need to pay anything, you don't need to add any card detail, just use it. Now once you add this Gemini AI model, inside these messages you have option to pass the role. Okay, now to this AI model we are going to accept two main fields. One is the user topic, okay, whatever the topic user selected, and other is the I think that we can call it as a instruction, or we'll say coaching option, user selected option. Okay, that option we are going to get it. So if user select this one, then that option will get it. I think that's all we needed for now. Okay, over here I will just comment this code because from this coaching option we need to get the prompt. So here we'll say constant, here we'll say option is equal to, we'll say coaching option, I don't know what we call, okay, coaching options. So here we'll say coaching options dot find, and here we'll say item. If item dot name is matches with the coaching option name. Okay, so whatever the coaching option name you pass, if that matches, then we have this option, and then once we have that, we have this prompt, right? And you can just get that prompt using option dot prompt. Okay, now to this one we need to replace this particular keyword called user input, and we need to replace with the actual topic. So here I will say replace this user topic string with an actual topic which user entered. Okay, so this topic we have, and then once we have this final prompt, I will just uncomment this. Here I am going to add one more message. Will say assistant. Okay, or you can add a system, will say assistant, and then inside the content you can pass this prompt. Okay, so what it will do, every time when you send a request, it will make sure this is the prompt that you are passing, so that from next time it will give you the answers related to that particular prompt. Okay, so that's the reason we added. Also we need to accept one more field called message. So whatever the message you just send, that message we are going to pass over here, and then save it. Now this is the simplest way that we are doing, but later on we are going to update this message field in order to get an quite accurate data if you are talking with the AI voice agent for 10 minutes, right? So obviously we need to pass an all the history, so that depends on that one, he will send you the relevant data. Now once you are done with this one, let's save it, and then I will save this file as well and go back to your component called discussion page. Right over here inside this final script, once we have the final script, we need to call that AI model to get the answer. So here we'll say calling AI text model to get response. So we'll say constant result, or we'll say AI response is equal to await AI model, and make sure to import that one. And here we need to pass the three field. First is the topic. So obviously from our discussion data you will get the topic dot topic we have. Then from the discussion room data, so we'll say discussion room data dot the coaching option which we selected, and the last the message. Now the message is nothing but the one which you are getting from this one, right? So we have this transcript dot text, something like this. Okay, I will just bring this down, and then we'll say console dot log AI response, and then save it. Now in the browser you will see you might get this error called dangerous allow browser, because we use the OpenAI directly on the client side. So basically what you can do, either you can create write the method in on the server side by creating the API, or other option is just over here just pass this dangerous allow to true. Okay, and then save it. And now if I refresh, you might not get any error. Also when we click connect, right, we want to show the loading, so that we can just disable the button and we can show that that particular page is get load, sorry, we are going to connected. So what we can do, we can just create a loading state is equal to use state, and initially I will make this as a false, and when user click on this connect to server, we'll set the loading as a true, and once it's connected successful, so after this one we can set the loading as a false. And for this button where we have this connect button, right, over here I'm going to show a loader icon. So first I will add loading condition. If loading is true, then we can add a loader icon, and in order to spin it, I will add animate spin animation. Okay, and then save it. Same thing you can do it for the disconnect as well. Whenever user click on disconnect, we'll set the loading as a false, sorry, true, and when it's disconnected successfully, we'll set the loading as a false. And that also we can show the same thing. So I will just copy this and then we'll paste it here. Okay, but make sure whenever the loading is true, you can disable this button. Okay. Okay, so we'll say disable whenever the loading is true. So user will not click on this button again and again. Now let's test this out. I will open the inspect panel and the console, we can observe the result. Now when I click connect, you will see it's showing the loading and button is disabled, and now I can able to speak. Hey bro, how are you? Hey, hi there. And oh wow, so if you see, we have this role and it's saying some message and we got the response. Perfect. I think I'm talking a lot, so that's the reason it's not giving immediately answer. But let's try to disconnect and try it again. If you see, we got the response as well, but obviously when I want to explain, then it will be little difficult to get the answer immediately because I'm talking some random things, right? Let's try it and I will just talk with him. Okay, just observe. Hi Jonah, how are you? Can you tell me little more about India and its culture? Now I'm disconnecting this one, and if you see, we got the response. Here we have a lot of other things. See, I ask about the Indian culture and it's saying let's explore the fantastic culture of India, and there are a lot of other things. Pretty cool, right? So that's how we can get it. But if you see, we have a very long response and we have to minimize this response. Obviously, in order to do that, you need to update our prompt, and that's very important. Okay, because many guys think about why we are not getting exact response and many other things, but to update this particular prompt is very important so that you can get an exact answer. Okay, so either you can just put this in a chat gpt, tell him that okay, we want to update this prompt in a specific format, and then you can update it. But don't worry, I'm going to update it for you and then you can use it directly. So boom, I updated this prompt, but it's quite similar, but here I added that the answer need to be in 120 character only. Okay, now once you mention this one, this is very important thing. Once you mention it, so that from next time it will not give you the big answer and you don't need to wait for a long time. If you see, it's very big answer actually. Okay, here you have, see. Okay, and we don't want this big answer because it's a conversation between the AI voice assistant and us, right? So that's the reason. And obviously now you can try this and then you will find out. Obviously you can test our demo of this application. I will put the link in the description so you can just check it out and then you will get the idea how it works. Now once we get the answer, we need to save it in our conversation list because we already have this conversation and we are saving the user, but now we also want to save the AI response. Okay, so simply I'm going to add a set conversation after getting this AI response, and here we'll say previous one dot previous one comma the AI response. Now I'm just adding this AI response as it is because we are getting the similar structure what we are using. So if I go to this one, so we are getting the role as an assistant if it's from AI, and we are getting the content as well, and that's what we wanted, and that's why I'm directly saving inside this conversation. Okay, and then save it. Now we need to show this all the conversation inside our chat box. So that's what now we are going to display whatever the conversation we are going to make. Whenever you just speak, that that text is also going to display inside the chat section. If the AI or assistant give the reply, that reply also we are going to show. So for designing the chat box, this is how it will look like. We have the user added message, means whatever user speak that are going to add, and the response from the AI as well. Okay, so it's not that much difficult. So let's go back to our application, and we already have this chat box section, right? So this particular, So basically I'm going to create a component inside this discussion room. So we'll add a, or maybe let's create inside this. Let me go to this room ID, and inside that we'll create underscore components folder. Inside this we'll add chatbox.jsx file, add a default template, and then I will just cut everything from here, and then we'll paste it inside this chat box. Over here I will just import the chat box component, and I think we need to add a div. So let's wrap this in one div, something like this, and then save both the things. Make sure that on the UI side nothing will get changed. Okay, so I will just refresh this once, and everything will be as it is. Beautiful. Then to this chat box component we want to send a conversation, right? So I will pass this conversation state which we have, and for now as a default one, right, just for testing purpose I'm going to add two messages, one from the user, let's say AI for example, or sorry, it should be assistant, and then the content will say hi. Then I will also add another one with a role user, and then the content is hello. Okay, now this is I'm just adding so that we can display it, and then we can design according to our requirement. So here make sure to accept the conversation, and now we need to iterate this list of conversation in order to display it. So I will add one div. Inside this div we'll add a conversation. So here we'll say conversation dot map, we'll say item comma index and the arrow function. Let's add a div, and inside this div I will add an h2 tag, and then we'll say item dot content and save it. Now if I go to this chat box, you will see that we have this hi and hello. Currently it's showing in the center of the screen. So basically you need to remove this item center, justify center, okay, and then save it. And if you see, now it's showing on the left side corner. If you want, you can just change this rounded to a little bit smaller, something like this. I think that will be good. Also I'm going to add some padding, let's say padding to 4, and I will just change this style little bit. Okay, now next thing, if the message is from AI, we want to show it on the left side, otherwise we want to show it on the right side. So to add that, we need to add a condition. So inside here we'll say if item dot role is equal to assistant, right, then we'll say let's add a h2 tag with item dot content. Obviously we need to add a style to this one, otherwise let's add another h2 tag if the user role is the item role is user, so it will show this h2 tag. Now for this AI h2 tag we'll say class name, we'll add padding to 1, padding x to 2, we'll change the background color to primary, and then make the text white. Okay, here I will make the inline block, okay, that is important, and if you want you can add the rounded corner, let's say medium for now, and then save it. Let's see how it looks, and if you see, this is the message will look like. Beautiful. Same thing you need to do. So I will just copy everything as it is for this h2 tag, right, but instead of background primary I'm going to add a background gray, let's say 200, and text I will keep it as a black only. Okay, and we want inline block and rounded MD, but it's just showing below to this message, but we don't want that one. Also we want some margin top to 1, so for both of them I will give margin top to 1, and over here I will mark it as a flex, and then we'll say justify end. Okay, I think you don't need to mark flex, but let's say justify end, and that's nothing is happen actually. So we need to apply that style to this div. Let's add a class name, and I will add a conditional over here. Okay, so first we'll make it flex, then in $sign we'll add a condition. If item dot role is equal to user, then I will make this justify end. Okay, so we want on the right hand side, so that's how it looks. See, on hello, here we have the hi. Perfect, right? So that's how you can add it. Now obviously once you start entering them or adding the message, it will just display over here. Now if you have more than, let's say, 10 message, 20 message, right, you need to have a scroller over here so that you can able to scroll it properly. So basically for this particular div, or maybe for this div only, okay, let's remove this div and just keep the top div, and to this div we'll say overflow auto. Okay, and then save it, and I think that will be okay. Now once you start speaking, you will see the message will appear over here, and let's test this out. Also inside the global services we did not return this message, so make sure from this AI model we will return the response. Okay, so that we will get it on the UI side. Obviously inside the page.jsx, once we have the response, we are adding into this set conversation so that it will display it inside our chat box as well. And if you see, I added some questions and some answer, and it's starting adding inside our chat box as well. Pretty cool, right? Also it's showing all of this information, the user, obviously the AI, see which one is from AI assistant, which is from the U, and everything. Cool. Obviously you can add some more styling to this one. So if I go to the chatbot, I will add some more margin top. Okay, also I think that's all we needed. If you want, you can change the size, font size, but I will keep as it is. That's I think better one, and that's all. Now another thing, if you see this scroll bar, right, if you want to keep this scroll bar, then you can keep it, but if you want to hide this scroll bar, you can also hide it. So for that one you have to say, you just search on Google Tailwind CSS no scroll bar npm package. Now in Tailwind CSS you cannot hide the scroll bar directly, so we have to use this third party library. Make sure to install this one, so I will just add that, and with the help of this library, first thing you need to add this Tailwind scroll bar hide, but the thing is we don't have that file. Okay, so I don't know whether this will work or not, but let's directly add. Okay, so if you see we have this Tailwind for CSS support, that's pretty cool. So I will just use this scroll bar hide, and let's say whether it's working or not. If it's not, then we will leave it as it is, but if I say scroll bar hide, I don't think so it works. Okay, but anyway, maybe let's refresh this. Maybe after refresh it might work. Okay, if not work, then yeah, you can just leave it. It's not big deal. Now one last important thing, that the thing which we want to do to this global API service, we are just passing one single message, right? But instead of that one, we can pass the last 2 to 3 message maybe. Okay, or you can pass complete conversation to this particular AI model. Okay, so it's quite simple. Inside this page.jsx, currently you are passing this text, right? Instead of that one, I will pass the conversation, and let's try to pass last 2 messages. So what we can do, just before this one, I will just get the last 2 messages. So here we'll say last 2 message, I will say is equal to conversation dot slice, and we'll say -2. Okay, so it will give you the last 2 result, and then once we have that one, we can just pass over here. Okay, like this. Now inside your AI model, here we have this we'll say last 2 conversation. I will just rename this one. Okay, and I'm going to pass that over here. So I will just remove this and we'll say dot and this one. So what it will do, it will destructurize your list and it will be something like this. Okay, it will add to these messages only and then save it. So I made one quick fix. I paused the video and I made that fix. So inside this connect server, right, we just after inside this final script, we are making that AI model call, right? I moved this AI model call to the inside the user effect. Okay, so I added this fetch data as a one async function, and inside that I'm calling it. The reason is whenever the conversation change, I am executing this use effect, but I also made sure the last message is or added by the user, and then only I am making the AI model call. Okay, that is necessary because whenever the conversation state change, we need to make sure we are updating the list. Okay, so make sure to add this particular fix. This is very important. Now it's time to convert our text to speech, and for that one we are going to use AWS Amazon Polly. As we completed all of these steps one by one, and this is one of the last step which we need to convert the text to speech. So simply search on Google Amazon Polly, and it's free to use, so you don't need to pay anything for this one. Just go to that one and here you will find all the details about this Amazon Polly. It has a real life voices, customizable output, and there are a lot of other features this Amazon Polly will provide you. Now simple sign into your account and then over here, or you can search on the search bar, let's say Amazon Polly. Okay, now once you are in this Amazon Polly, you can even play around it. You can test different engines. If you have standard, then make sure to select the specific voice. We have a lot of specific voice as well, and simply click listen.
Hi, my name is Joe.
You can test different engines along with the different voices, along with the different languages as well. Pretty cool, right? Now the thing is how to enable this. Now first thing, you need Amazon Polly SDK. So here we'll say just search on Google Amazon Polly SDK or just type npm as well. So over here we'll say, oh sorry, I think I forgot to AWS Polly npm, and then open this first npm package, which is this AWS SDK client Polly. Copy this, go back to your project and just execute over here. Now once you install this inside our global service, we are going to create a new method. So over here, maybe after this we'll say constant convert text to speech and the arrow function like this. Obviously it will accept a text which you want to convert, right? And here this will be an async. Then we'll say constant Polly client is equal to new Polly client, and make sure to import this from this AWS SDK client Polly. Then inside this we need to provide a region. Now which region you want to use, that region you can provide. So that region name you can find it to your Amazon. So right now if you see we have this US East one which I selected, but you can select anything. Let's say if you want to select Mumbai, you have to type AP South 1. Okay, so like that. Then after that you need to provide the credentials. Now inside the credential, first we have this access key ID which you want to add, and another is security access key. Now both the key we need to generate and get it from the AWS. So in order to generate it, go to your accounts and click on this security credential. Inside here you will see the users, right? Now I already have this voice agent created before as well, but you can create a new one. So click on create user and give the user name. So here we'll say AI coaching voice agent, or we can say whatever you want. Then click next and make sure to select this attach policy directly. Over here search for AWS Poly. So over here, if you type Poly, you will see this Amazon Poly Access. Just click on that and click next. After this, just review all the changes because this is required, and then click create user. Once the user is created, then you have the access. Then simply go to this AI voice agent. Here you have option called security credentials, and you can create this access key. Okay. If you scroll down, you have multiple options, but we need to create an access key. So we'll create access key. Over here, you need to click on this application running outside AWS, right? Because we are running outside AWS. Click next, and then you can add the tag value whatever you want. It's not mandatory, I believe, but you can now create access key, and boom. If you see, now we have this access key that I'm going to use. I will copy that, go to your environment file, and then over here I will paste it. So we'll say next underscore public underscore AWS access key ID is equal to, and paste this key. Then we want one more, which is next underscore public AWS secret key, and that will paste it here. Okay, so you can just copy this and then paste it here, save it, so that now once you save it, just click done. Okay, and you can even download it, but make sure that you will copy this, otherwise you will not get it. Okay, you have to create it everything again. So once you create, that's all you need to do, and then your Amazon Poly is now enabled inside the AWS. Now just use that. So here we'll say process dot environment dot, and I will copy this access key ID and the secret key ID as well. So we'll say process dot env and this key, and then save it. Okay, I will just make sure to export this so we can use it later on. Now once your Poly client is initialized, here we'll say constant command is equal to new, and we have synthesis speech command. Okay, it is importing from this SDK client Poly. Make sure to import that, and to this one you need to provide a text. Now whatever the text we are passing to this one, this text you need to add. Then you can provide the output format. It has the different output format, but we want the MP3, so we'll select MP3, and then a voice ID. Now this voice ID we have a lot of others, see, right? But obviously it depends on this option, because we are already passing that option. That option like the name, expert name we give, right? So I will accept the expert name as well, and then we'll pass it here. After this, inside the try catch block, we'll say constant. We need to generate the audio stream, so we'll say audio stream is equal to await Poly client dot send, and this particular configuration we need to send to the Poly client SDK. Once we send it, we will get the audio stream, and that audio stream we need to convert into a buffer. So we'll say constant audio array buffer is equal to await audio stream. So we'll say audio stream. So this need to be in capital A actually. Okay, so I will just use this one, audio stream dot transform to byte array. So here we'll say transform to byte array. Okay, something like this. And once you've done this one, convert this into a blob. So here we say audio blob is equal to new blob, and inside that we'll say audio array buffer. Make sure to wrap this, and here we'll say of type you need to add audio / mp3. Okay, and once we have audio blob, we'll make sure to convert into a URL which you can play it. So here we'll add URL dot create object create object URL and then pass this audio block. Then inside the return we'll say audio URL, as simple as that. If you get any error, so inside the console I will just pass console the error. Okay, so that is the complete logic in order to generate the text to speech. Now let's save this one, and inside the page.jsx, once you have the response ready, we are going to generate that. Okay, so over here we'll say constant audio, we'll say just URL for now, await, and we'll paste this, not paste, but what is the name we give, convert text to speech. So here we'll say convert text to speech. Now whatever the AI response we are getting, and from that one we will get the content, comma, we also need to pass the name of the expert, so that we are getting from the discussion room data. So over here we'll say discussion room data dot expert name. Okay, and once we have that, I will just console the log with a URL. Okay, now this URL, obviously this is the audio URL, we need to save in one state. So here we'll say audio URL comma set audio URL is equal to use state, and at the bottom, so inside the use effect we'll set the audio URL to URL, as simple as that, and then save it. Okay, now let's test this out. I will go back to our application. I will make sure it's completely new. Okay, let me go to the existing one. Also, one more thing, we have this inside the global service. We added this audio stream. This need to have a capital A with the audio stream. Okay, so this is important because we are just whatever the value we are getting from this polyclient send, we are structuring it, and we are getting this audio stream. So make sure that now I will open the inspect panel. Inside the console we'll check whether we are getting the URL or not. So let's connect it and let's talk. Hey, hi, I am Tubeguruji. So right now it look like the value which we pass, right, it's not correct, the Sally is not correct. Let's pass some other name. Okay, so let's see, because we have couple of name, right, that we can use it. Let me go back and select the other one. So I will go to this previous one. Let's go to the dashboard and we'll create a completely new. It look like Sally is not working. So let's select this topic based lecture. Here we'll say I want to learn React Native basic, and we'll select Joanna. Okay, and click next, and let's connect now, and then we'll speak. Hi Joanna, how are you? And over here you will see we got this URL. Perfect, right? Once you get this URL, we need to play that audio URL inside the audio tag, as we are already saving that URL inside this audio URL state. So simply maybe after this image tag, after this expert name, I am going to add an audio tag. Over here we'll provide a source. The source will be audio URL. Just close this tag. Over here I am also going to provide a type. I will just say audio mp3, and make sure to do the autoplay. Okay, so as soon as the audio URL is ready, it will play automatically. You don't need to do anything. Let's save this and let's restart again. And in this case, now you'll see once we start talking, okay, it will also give us the response in a voice, and that's what this all about. So let's save this one. I will just open the console in case we see any error. Hi Joanna, how are you?
I'm doing great, thanks. How about you? Ready to dive into some React Native basics?
Yes, for sure.
Awesome. Let's start with what React Native is. It's a framework for building mobile apps using JavaScript and React. Excited?
Yes, quite excited.
Great to hear. Do you have any specific topics in mind, like components or navigation?
Can you tell me how to create the React application?
Sure. To create a React Native app, use the command npx react native init my app. Ready to set it up?
No, I have to go. Okay, bye.
No problem. Have a great day. Feel free to reach out if you have more questions. Bye.
And that's how cool it is, right? Instantly, within a second, you are getting the answer from the AI. And everything we already connected together, all the pieces. First, we connected the microphone, then we convert that speech to text with the help of AssemblyAI. Then we got the response from the AI model, and then we convert the text to speech. And then we are playing that one. And again, the last step, repeat. Obviously, that is already happening. How cool, right? And everything we implemented for free. So guys, that's how it works. Now you have one task. Right now if you see, as soon as we talk, we are showing that over here, right? Either you can style this as depends on your requirement, or you can add some text box so that it will get added to that text box, and then once you stop it will get sent. It's up to you how you want it, okay? But I will leave up to you, okay? So until this point, if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. Ask the question on my Discord channel, because there are a lot of things that we are going to implement again. Now it's time to save the user conversation with an AI into our database. If you know that we already have this column called conversation inside the discussion room, and in that one we want to save all of this conversation. So in order to do that, we just need to simply write a function, and then we need to save it. So let's go back to our Convex, and inside the Convex we already have this discussion room. Inside that we are going to write a new function to update it. So we'll say export constant update conversation and is equal to mutation. Now obviously this is an update, so obviously it's come under mutation. And arguments we are going to pass or we are going to get the user record ID. Okay, so here we'll say ID v dot ID, and then we just want to pass the table name, which is discussion room. After this we also need to get the conversation, whatever the conversation we want to save, and which is of type any, so we'll say v dot any. Then let's define the handler and make sure you will get this ID and conversation when you are passing. Now inside the handler we'll say async ctx comma arguments, so args and the arrow function. Over here we can directly define await ctx dot db dot patch. Now patch is used in Convex to update the record. Here you need to pass the ID of the record which you want to update. So here we'll say arguments dot ID and then the field which you want to update. So in this case we'll say conversation, and simply we'll add argument dot conversation, and that's all. That's how easy you can do this update the record functionality using the Convex. Now simply go back to our discussion room page.jsx, and here we'll define the mutation. So we'll say constant update conversation is equal to use mutation, and give the API endpoint. So API dot discussion room dot update conversation. Now this update conversation we need to call. So let's go back, and whenever user disconnect the conversation or then only we are going to call. So here we'll say await the update conversation, and inside that we need to provide the arguments. So ID, now ID is nothing but from, we can get it from the discussion room data dot underscore ID, and then the conversation which we already have the state called conversation, and that's how easy you can do it. And that's all about the updating the conversation. Now let's test this out. So simply we'll connect it, and then we'll add some conversation. And once we add, right, and if you see right now I added some of the conversation. Now I will disconnect it, right, and as soon as I disconnect, it will also save to our database. So after disconnecting, let's go to the discussion in our Convex, and inside the Convex, if you see, we have the user conversation. If I open, you will see the content, the role depends on whether it's a user or assistant. All the conversation now we saved to our discussion room conversation column. That's how you can do it, guys. If you have any question in it, this application will not only help you to put a conversation between you and AI voice assistant, but it also gives you the feedback or notes, depends on the choice. Now once you click on disconnect, you have option to generate the feedback or notes, depends on whether you are giving interview question answer or topic based lecture. Okay, once you click on the feedback, then we are going to send all the conversation to the AI model along with the some prompt, and same thing we are going to do for the notes. Once you send this conversation to the AI model, it will get the response and it will generate the feedback and notes, and then that feedback and notes we are going to save to our database. Later on the dashboard, user can access the conversation and the notes or feedback anytime. How cool, right? So that's what we are going to see next. So very first thing that we need to do, let's go back, and inside this option.jsx I added this summary prompt, and for the topic based lecture, learn language and meditation, I added same kind of summary prompt. Okay, it will just say and generate notes depend on the conversation. Okay, but for the mock interview and question answer, it will generate the feedback along with the where is the improvement space. Okay, and that's all. Obviously if needed we can redefine this prompt, okay, so to get an exact output from the AI model. Now once we have this summary prompt, simply go to the AI model, so go to our global services, and inside that we already have this AI model, right? But we can actually use the same model as well, okay, because we need to pass a topic, we need to pass a coaching option, and from that one, once we get the option, we can just get the prompt which we want. Okay, but it's always better we can keep this separately. So I will just copy this and let me paste just below to this one, and it will say AI model to generate feedback and notes. Okay, so obviously in this case you can pass the topic if you want, it's completely optional. Okay, so because the topic is not that much required, okay, so I will just remove that topic, and coaching option is required, and the conversation, so here we'll say conversation. Now first obviously we need to get the option. Okay, so it depends on the name, right? We will get the option. Once we have the option, we'll get the prompt. So over here we want a summary prompt, and you don't need to pass any topic. Then this will be same as it is. You need to pass prompt and then conversation. Okay, maybe you can just move this something like this, and let's see whether it's okay or not. I'm not sure exactly whether it's working or not, but let's try this out. And then once it is ready, let's go to our page.jsx file, and once you click disconnect, right, because here we can set one state, let's say constant enable feedback note, comma set enable feedback notes is equal to use state. Initially it will be false, and once it disconnect, then we'll set this enable feedback nodes to true. Okay, now at the bottom over here, maybe I think we need to add that inside the chat box. That's where we have we need to add the button, right? So over here I will add that enable feedback notes option. We'll copy this so that we can accept that inside the chat box, and we can just hide this. We will enable this when it's a false, okay, and then we will add a button to generate it. So over here we'll say button and close this. Now inside that we'll say generate feedback slash notes, okay, and then save it. Now inside this actually we can write, okay, instead of going back, so over here we'll say constant generate feedback notes, and inside here we need to call this method on the click of this one. So here we'll say on click and simply call this method. Next, from our global service we need to call this method. So over here we'll say constant result is equal to await AI model generate feedback and notes, and to this one we need to pass the coaching option. I don't think so we have this coaching option here. We will add it in a moment, and that's all we need it, okay. So let's get the coaching option. So from here we are passing this coaching option from the discussion room data. So I will pass that to the chat box. So over here we'll say coaching option which user selected. So here we are saving at a coaching option only, and inside the chat box make sure to accept that so that we can pass. And then we also want to pass a conversation which we already have. Then let's make this as async, and once we have the result we'll say result dot content, okay, and then save it. Now here I'm going to define the state, so call loading, set loading is equal to use state, and initially it will be false, but once you start generating we'll set the loading as a true, and after finish we'll set the loading as a false. Then when the loading is true we can just show the loader icon. So over here we'll say if loading is true, then we'll show the loader icon, something like this. Then inside the class name we'll say animate spin, so it will give some animation, and also I will make sure this button is disabled when the loading is true, okay, and then save it. Now if I go back, obviously we don't have any conversation, so I will pause the video, we'll make some conversation, and then we'll see whether it's working or not. Now over here I had conversation, and after disconnecting, if you see we have this button generated, right? Obviously we'll align this button. Right now it's not correctly aligned, we need to give some margin top and all, but when I click generate feedback and notes, if you see it start generating feedback and notes, and it will take some few seconds of time, but inside the console we also check whether it's working or not. Right now if you see it throw an error on line 41 saying last two conversations is not defined, so that's where. So if I go to the global service, we forgot to add this conversation over here, and that's the reason we got that error. I think we need to start again, and now again we will try this, and once you click on generate feedback and notes, we'll see boom, we got the information. Pretty cool, right? So it contains the some star, it means it's a bold one, and obviously we will convert that into a specific type when you want to display that. But right now if you see we have all the information. Pretty cool, right? So that's how you can generate the feedback and notes. So in this case this is a question answer though, so that's why it generated the feedback, but when you are selected the lecture, then it will generate the notes for you, depends on your conversation. Now once it generate, we need to save this into our database. Right now we don't have the column to save it, so we need to either create a new column, or you can create a new table. In that one also you can save it, but either we can save in same column, we'll add a new column as well. So before that let's align this button, okay, so because right now it's weird. So I will go to the chat box, and to this button I will add a class name. We'll give margin top to 7, margin top to 7, and also will mark width to be full. Okay. Next, let's go to the schema file inside the Convex in order to add a new column. Okay. So before that, okay, you can make it optional. So inside the discussion room, I will add a new column called summary only. Okay. So, and inside the summary, we'll put this as an optional field, and then I will put it is of type any, or you can put it as a string as well or text, and save it. Let's make it this as a text. If we, I don't think so, we have the type text inside this. I will put it any only. Okay, that will be good, and then save it. Now over here you will see the new column get added called summary, and currently it is unset. Now obviously let's go back to the discussion room.jsx inside the Convex, and here we need to write a method to update the summary. So I will copy the existing method, and here we'll say update summary. Inside that everything will be good. Over here I will accept the field as a summary, and over here we'll also update the summary. Okay, so just make these small changes, and that's all you need to do. After this, let's go to the chat box, and once it's generated, first define this mutation. So we'll say constant, let's define a constant, then update summary, I will say, is equal to use mutation API dot discussion room dot update summary, and then over here we'll say await update summary dot we need to pass a field, we need to pass an ID. So if you don't have an ID, we need to get the ID inside the chat box, and or you can also get the ID directly from this discussion room ID. Okay, so this room ID you can get it something like this. Room ID is equal to use params. Okay, the similar way we get it from the page.js, and once we have that, we'll pass that room ID. After this, we need to pass a summary, and that is nothing but this result.content. Okay, and then save it. You can wrap this everything in try catch block. Okay, so we'll put it inside the try block. So if you get any error, then it will not stop your application. And over here we'll set the loading as a false, and outside of this one as well, or maybe inside this we can set loading false. Okay, and then save this one. I think that's all we needed for now. Now one more thing, whenever you save any information, you disconnect it or whatever, right, we need to show some kind of notification so that user will get to know whether the feedback node generated or not, and like that, right? But before that, let's test this out, and right now we already have the information. I will again click on this generate feedback nodes, and we'll see whether it's getting saved into our database or not. Okay, now if you see, we generate this feedback and notes inside discussion room. Boom, we inside the summary we have this summary now. Beautiful, right? Perfect. So that's what we wanted, and it means once we generate the feedback and notes, we are able to save it successfully. Now simple thing that we need to show a notification. So from the shared CN, we have a component called sonar. This component act like a toast message. See, so in order to add it, just copy this npm command, then you need to add this toaster inside your layout file. So over here I need to add a sudo in my case, and then I will go to the layout file. You can add it inside the root layout, and over here you can add toaster from the component UI sonar, and once you add that, go to the chat box, and whenever the content is ready, you can show the toast message saying feedback / notes saved. Okay, and over here if it's error we'll say internal server error, try again. Okay, so that's how you need to do it. I think when user connect it inside the page.js, that time also we can show the toast message. So basically on connect to server, when we click on the connect, right, so over here we'll set the we just show the toast message saying connected, and on disconnect we can show toast message disconnected. Okay, and then save it. Perfect. So that's how we need to do it. I will just try this one more time. Oh, so it refresh everything anyway, but once you try it, now you will see the toast notification. Okay, so that user will get to know whether the feedback is generated or not. It's time to display all the previous history in which obviously whatever the lecture user attained, whatever the mock interview attained, everything we are going to display on the dashboard, and along with their feedback notes generated by the AI. Okay, so for that one we are going to fetch the data from the discussion room, but we have to make sure we only fetch the record which is belong to that particular user. But unfortunately, we are not saving the user information inside this discussion room. We need to add a new column called user ID, and in that one we need to save which user created this particular record. So simply I will close this tab for now, and let's go to this Convex and schema. Inside this schema, I'm going to add a new column over here, and we'll say user ID. Here right now I have to give it as an optional field, and we'll say v.id, but over here you need to give the table name. Okay, and this automatically connect to our users table like this, and then save it. Now as soon as you save, you will see new column get added to our Convex discussion room, and over here if you see we have this user ID, right? But right now it's empty, so what I will do, I will just copy this user ID and I will paste it so that we can test out. So this need to be a string. Okay, I think, oh, that's correct. So this need to be a string, so I will paste something like this. I added for a couple of records. Okay, now obviously from next time we have to make sure we will save the user ID. So we have to make some changes. So inside the discussion room right here, when we create a new room, we need to accept the user ID which is of type ID, but make sure that table name we need to give, and then simply I'm going to pass that user ID over here. So we'll say arguments dot uid. Now from next time it will save it, but when you click on creating this discussion room, that time also we need to make sure we will pass the user ID. So over here we have this user input dialog, and on the click of next we are creating that. So make sure to pass this user ID. Now in order to get the user information, you'll get it from the hook which you already created, which is user data is equal to use context and user context, and from that one, from the user data, you will get the user ID, something like this underscore user ID. Okay, and then save it. Now whenever you create a new room, it will automatically save the user ID for us. Now in order to display the previous lecture and history, right, or feedback, this is how we are going to show. Now you have two options. One, you can use this existing icon in order to do display, or you can add a new abstract images for each of them. So in this case, I am going to add this abstract image to show it. Okay, so it will give you some different look to your dashboard, and then the topic name, the coaching option name, and then the time when you did you attend last time, right? And inside our option.jsx, for each of these field, this object, I added this abstract field, and this ab1 ab2.png, I have this file I already added inside our public folder, something like this. Okay, and that's what we are going to use. So let's go back to our dashboard, and inside that we already have this history.jsx page, correct? Now inside this we need to fetch all the option which is belong to that particular user. So we need to fetch all this record from the discussion room. So we'll say constant get discussion rooms and the arrow function. Now inside this discussion room.jsx from the convex, right, just make sure you are inside the convex. Here we already have this get discussion room, but it gives by id. We want all the discussion room, right? So here you need to write a method, or you can just copy this existing one and then I will paste it here. But over here we'll say get all discussion room. Then inside the argument we need to get the user id. So here I will say uid, and this need to be a user's id. Okay, and over here I will just filter that out. So instead of get, we'll say db dot query. Inside that you need to give the table name from which you want to fetch. Then we'll say dot filter, and here you need to write a logic on which column you want to fetch. So here we'll say q dot fill, and inside this we'll say q dot equal to I think this need to be a first q dot equal to, because we need to compare with the two column. So we'll say q dot fill, and then give the fill name which is the user id. We want to compare with our arguments user id, and if that is match, then simply we will say dot collect. Okay, it means select all that records which matches this particular condition. And once we have the result, we will simply going to return that and then save it. Now let's go back to this history.jsx here, as this is a query and we want to fetch depends on the user id. I'm going to define the convex first, and we'll say use convex hook. Okay, along with that one we need a user id, so that you can get it from the user data is equal to use context, and here we'll say user context. Now inside the use effect we're gonna call this particular method, and we want to execute this use effect only when the user data is available. And here we'll say that's the reason we are going to add user data is and get discussion room. It will call this method only when the user data is available, and then inside the get discussion room here we'll say result is equal to await convex dot query, and inside this you need to pass the API, so which is this get all discussion room. Okay, and then you need to pass a parameter which is the user id we need to pass, so that you can get it from the user data dot underscore id. As we use await, let's make this as async, and then once we have the result, for now we'll just console it and we'll verify whether we are getting the result or not inside this history component. So let's go back to our application. I will go to the inspect panel, and inside the console obviously we use this use effect, and so I think we need to make this component on the client side. So we'll say use client, and if you see over here we got the 4 record with this coaching option, expert name, topic, and many other things. Now simply we want to save this in one state. So inside the history I will create a state called constant discussion room list comma set discussion room list is equal to use state. Okay, and then save it. Now over here we'll say set discussion room list with an result. Now next thing, if the discussion room list, so over here we'll say if discussion room list dot length is equal to 0, then we are going to show this h2 tag with this particular text. Okay, and if obviously if discussion room is there, then we'll show the discussion room list. So over here we'll add discussion room list dot map. Here we'll say item comma index and the arrow function like this. Oops. And inside that we'll add a div. Now inside the div I will add one more div and we'll add a text, the h2 tag with item dot I will just verify the field name. So the field name is, I want this topic name, so we'll say topic, something like this. Okay, after this another h2 tag with the coaching option, so we'll say item dot coaching option and then save it. Now if I go back and obviously on the screen, let's refresh this once, you will see we have this list of all the information, but also we have to make sure only lectures, means topic based lectures, learn language and medication list or records we are going to display under this previous lecture. For mock interview and question answer we are going to show on the feedback side, because from the previous lecture we are going to show all the notes, and for feedback we are going to show the feedback. Okay, so that's the reason we are differentiating that two things. Also for this one we'll add key as an index, and as I say right here we're gonna add a condition. So simply we'll say if item dot coaching option, okay, if item dot coaching option is equal to I will just get the exact option name, which is topic based lecture or okay, item dot coaching option is equal to let's say learn language, then only we want to allow, right, and medication as well, that you can add it. Here we'll add and operator, and let's bring this down. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back you will see only 2 records. Beautiful. Now for this h2 tag I will say class name font bold, and here we'll say class name text gray 400, something like this. After this, as I told you, right, we also want an image, so I will define one method called constant get abstract images is equal to, and here I'm going to pass an arrow function, and inside this I'm going to pass an option on, depends on that one we want it, right. So here we say constant coaching option, here we say coaching option is equal to coaching options dot find, here we'll say item, then item dot name, if matches with the option then we are getting this coaching option, and then simply we'll return the coaching option dot abstract. Okay, so that abstract image I am getting. Now this particular method I am going to call, so over here I will wrap in another div, something like this, and then over here we'll add an image tag with a source, and inside the source I'm going to call this method. Then inside the alt tag I'm going to, you can say anything, so let's say abstract, then inside the width let's say 70 and height is of 70, or let's make it 50 for now, and save. Now if I go back and here, okay, so we got an error but not sure. Okay, I think yeah, we have the error, it's saying coaching option dot abstract is undefined. Okay, so maybe what you can do, you can add an optional field, and over here if it's not there I'm going to add a /ab1.png. Okay, I think that will be good. Let's save it and let's test this out. And right now if you see, we have these images. Okay, so both are topic based lectures, so that's the reason it has the same image. That's good. Now let's add some style. So here we'll add a rounded corner with a full and save it. Let's make this 17. Let's see how it looks. Also for this div I will add a flex gap of 7 and item to be in the center. Okay, obviously we need to give height inside this. Let's say 70 pixel, width of 70 pixel. I think that's too big, right? Let's make it 50 only. Perfect. Now let's give some margin from the top. So over here for this div only we'll add a class name margin top to 5. Then we want to add a border at the bottom side only. Okay, so maybe for this div we'll add a class name. We'll say a border bottom to let's say 2 pixel, and also padding bottom to let's say 3, and save it. So what it will do, it will add the border only. Okay, I will make this 1 pixel, and also we'll add margin bottom to let's say 4. Perfect. Okay, and that's what we wanted. Now another important thing, when we hover on this one, we want to show a button, and that button we'll call view nodes. So in order to add an hover effect to that one, we'll make this as a group. Okay, now inside this div only I'm going to add a button. We'll say view nodes. To this button I'm gonna add a class. Let's add a variant only. So variant I'm going to add as a outline. So you will see this outline button, but we want on the right hand side. So for this div we'll make a flex, justify between, and then item to be in the center, so it will be on the right hand side. But we only want to show when you hover on any of this particular item. So basically inside the class name we'll say invisible. Okay, but on a group hover, so here we'll say group hover, we want to show it, so we'll say visible. Now right now if you see, it's invisible, but if you hover on this one, it's visible. Now if I hover on any of these items, it's still visible. You don't need to hover on this button only, because we already marked this as a group. So this will be a one group, and even though it's a group hover, right? Even though you hover on any of this item or on this particular group, it will show this particular button. Okay, also make sure I will add this a cursor pointer over here, and then save it. Perfect. And now if you see, the cursor get changed as well. Same thing you have to implement for the feedback. Also we are getting the same image. The reason is we are not passing the option over here, so we need to pass coach item.coaching option, okay, to this method, so that you will get a different result. Also from the discussion room you can order by the creation time, and right now we are not showing the time when it get created, so I will add another s2 tag, and inside that we need to add item dot let's get the field name, which is the underscore creation time. We'll say underscore creation time and save it. So you will see this time, but its time is in the form of timestamp. We'll change that in a moment, but I will make this gray 400 only and save it. Now to make this like 20 minutes ago, 30 minutes ago, or 24 hours ago, you need to add one library called moment.js. So simply just type npm I moment, click enter, and then it will add the moment.js library, which help us to convert any kind of date in a specific format. You can just go to this momentjs.com, and here you will find a different option. Now if you type this from now, it will calculate it like this: 13 days ago, 9 hours ago, 29 minutes ago, right? How cool. So that's how we want to do it. So we already have the creation time, right? Simply I will add a moment library. Make sure to import this, and here we'll say from now and save it. Now once you add that one, you will see it's saying 21 hours ago, a day ago, something like that. Now for the order by, right, because we want this as a first, because the latest one we want to show at the top. So inside the discussion room, when you fetch all the discussion room, here we have I think just before that we'll say order, and then you can add order by, let's say descending. Okay, and let's save this one, and then if I refresh the screen now, you will see now the latest one is on the top. Also I will just change the font size for this time. So here we'll say text small. Perfect. Now same thing you have to implement to the feedback. Okay, so what I will do, I will just copy everything as it is. So everything I want to copy. Okay, and then inside our feedback I'm going to paste something like this. Okay, obviously we need to import all the statement, so it will be better if you copy as it is and then save it. Now over here, once you save it, it's also showing on this side, but we need to change that now. It's a little bit name because we copied. So here we'll say your previous feedbacks, or just we'll say feedback. Here as well we need a feedback, and the most important, the coaching option that we need to update. So obviously the coaching option only when we want to show the name is mock interview and the question answer prep. So over here we'll say mock interview, and this side will say question answer preparation. We don't need third one, so I will remove that, and everything will be as it is. Let's save this one, and right now if you see, we only have one option, which is this React.js, which is question answer prep, and instead of view notes we'll say view feedback, and then save it. Okay, so when I hover on this one, you will see this button view feedback. Perfect. And that's how you need to display your previous or history about your lectures, about your interviews, and everything, which you can see later on. At this point you already build 80% of the application, so you learn a lot of things, and you know now whatever the new feature you want to add, you can add yourself if you build until this point. And now we are going to add one more feature, where when user click on any of these view notes or view feedback option, we are going to navigate to the new screen, which you already know how to navigate it. And on that particular screen, as per this mockup, I don't have the exact design for that one, but at the top we are going to show some basic information similar like this one, and at the bottom side we are going to show a feedback notes. So whatever notes we are already saved, that notes or feedback we are going to display. And on the right hand side we are also going to add a chat box where we can show the conversation history. Okay, obviously you cannot talk, it's just a display purpose only. And for this chat box we can use the existing chat box. Okay, so we already have the component for that one, just we need to add a new component for the feedback and notes. Now as I say that you already know a lot of things, so simply let's create a new route. So inside the main I will add a new folder. Here we'll say view discussion room, or we say we can say view feedback and notes. So we'll say view, or we'll say simply summary, that will be easy. And inside that we want a dynamic route, so we'll add a room ID again. So this need to be actually folder, so make sure it's a folder, so room ID. And then I will add a new page.jsx file. Let's add a default template. Here we'll say view summary, and then save it. Now inside this view summary, first thing we need to get a room ID. So we'll say room ID is equal to use params. So we'll get the room ID. Now we need to get the discussion room information from the room ID. So here we'll say get discussion room data, I will say. And you already have the query for that one, so I don't think so we need this particular method. Okay, I think let's just call constant, or let's copy from our discussion room page.jsx, because we already have this discussion room data. Just copy that as it is and then paste it here, because we are just passing this room id as it is. And just for your confirmation, I will also print this discussion room data. Okay, now on the click of view data, or sorry, view feedback or view notes, we want to navigate to this particular page. So I will go to the dashboard, and inside the history.jsx, where we have this button, right, I will just use a link tag. So you can use this link tag in order to navigate. It's similar to our anchor tag inside the HTML CSS, but it's optimized one for a Next.js, so that's the reason we are going to use. Over here we'll say view summary slash and the id, which is the id is just item dot underscore id, and then save it. Now if I go back to our application, and if I click, for example, let's say React.js view feedback, and okay, I think let's refresh this once. And when we click view feedback, I don't know why it's not navigating. Oh, so we did not add it for this feedback, we just added for this lecture. So if I click on this, it is navigating, but obviously we have error in that page, so let's fix that one as well. So inside the page we need to mark this as a use client, because we are using this room id, right? And also inside the feedback.jsx, I am going to wrap inside the link tag href. Here we'll say slash view summary slash the id, which is the item dot underscore id, and the arrow function, something like this, and save it. Okay, and now we can test again. So if I click view feedback now, I don't know, it did not refresh or what, and I will also make sure it's saved. I think it's saved. And now if I click view feedback, boom, it's navigating to view summary with this id. And if I go to the inspect panel, we'll just make sure we are getting all the data. So inside the console, here we have object, and inside the object we have this coaching option, expert name, along with this id, conversation, and lot of other information. Beautiful. Now let's go to our page.jsx, and as I told you, right, we need to divide into two screens, and at the top we want to show oh, let me go back to our mockup. We want to show this information, so let's add that quickly. So first I will add a div, and again I will add one more div. Over here we'll say image, the source tag, and the arrow function. And I will go to this feedback where we have this abstract image, right? I will just copy this and we'll paste it here, because we want to get the abstract image from the coaching option. So similar way, I'm going to pass the discussion room data dot coaching option. So from that one we'll get the abstract image. Here we'll say alt tag as a abstract. Then we want to show, we will add a width, let's say 100, height to 100. Inside the class name we'll say width to 70 pixel, height to 70 pixel. I will make this rounded full and save it. And if I go back, let's make sure the image is showing. Beautiful. Then inside this div tag, similar like this history or whatever, right, I will just copy everything as it is and I will paste it here. Okay, now over here this need to be a discussion room data dot topic, coaching option, and the creation time, and save it. Make sure to import this moment library, and it's refreshing. Also make sure to add this question mark for that optional operator. And if I go back, okay, we have an error. Let me refresh this again, and here we have the data. Beautiful. Now let's apply some styling. So for this div, we'll add a class name. We'll make it flex, gap of let's say 7, item to be in the center. And as I told you, right, we want this on the right hand side. So basically for this h2 tag, I will keep let's keep outside of this one, or let's do one thing. I will put outside of this one, and then I will wrap again inside one more div, and over here I will just keep this size as it is. And now for this div as well, we make it flex. I will add justify between and item at the end. Okay, something like this. See, perfect. I think this is good for me. Just one more here, we'll make text larger. Next thing, as I told you, we want to divide this into two columns. So basically we'll add a div, and inside this we have the two options, one for the chat box and one for the notes. And here we'll add a class name, we'll add a grid column 1 when the screen size is smaller, and when the screen size is larger we'll make grid column 4. Okay, out of this 4 column I'm going to assign 3 column to this particular div. So here we'll say column span 3, and also I'm going to add a gap to 5 and save it. Now as you know that we already have the chat box component, so I'm going to use this chat box component as it is. To this chat box component we need to set a conversation. That conversation you can get it from the discussion room .conversation. Then we also have the coaching option. That coaching option you can get it from the discussion room .coaching option, and we don't have the enable feedback notes. So here I will make this as a false and then save it. And once you save, you will see the chat box as well. Okay, so make sure this you are making this field optional. The reason is initially the discussion room data is empty, right? So that's the reason you need to mark this as an optional operator field with an optional operator field. Also over here we have an error. It's saying cannot read property of undefined map. So let me get back to our inspect panel, and inside the console, okay, maybe what we can do, we can just make sure we want to show this chat box only when we have the data. Okay, so if chatbox.data, we'll say .conversation, if it's there then only show the chat box component, and boom, here we have, and this is our chat box component. Perfect. Somehow it's coming very small. The reason is we need to put our grid. So this is our grid, right? And I think that's good. I don't know why it's showing too small. Okay, so here this need to be a column span 3. Okay, so maybe that is the reason. And instead of that one, let's make it span 2 only. So this will get little more space. And I also mark this column span 2. Now I think we are good on this part. See, perfect. So this is the conversation. Simply for this div I will mark margin top to 5, so some space. Now on the left hand side we can show the nodes as well. So I also modified this grid little bit. I made this 5 and then 3 2. Okay, so 3 size to this first div and other for a 2. Now over here we need to create a component for the nodes. So simply inside the view summary I will add underscore components folder, and inside this we'll say summary box.jsx, add a default template and save it. And this summary box I'm going to add over here. Perfect. Now to this summary box we need to pass the summary. Okay, so here we'll say summary as from the discussion room data dot summary and save it. Now inside the summary box make sure to accept that as a summary only and save it. Now here we'll say h2 tag, and simply you can show the summary as well like this, and once you add you will see this summary. But obviously you need to format this perfectly. Right now it's completely unformatted, so you need to format this. Now to format this particular text you need to use this React Markdown library. Okay, so which will convert your unformatted text to a perfect formatted value. So simply copy this npm command and then install this. Okay, once you install this you just need to wrap your summary. So here we'll say React Markdown. Make sure to import this React Markdown, and inside that you need to provide your text which you want to format it. And here after refresh, it's refreshing, and boom, if you see now some of the text are in bold and it's well formatted. But still, if you want to add little spacing between this line and all, simply we'll add a class name. Here we'll say text base slash, you can provide the how much size you want. For example, in this case we mark it as a text base /8. You will see the line spacing, the line height is changed. Okay, and that's good. Also, you can make this scrollable, so you don't need to scroll the complete page. So for this div, we'll add a class name. Here I will add a height of 60 vertical height, which is similar to our chat box, and then we'll say overflow auto. Okay, and then save it. Now over here, if you see, you need to scroll it in order to view. Beautiful, right? And you don't need to scroll your complete page. This will help us to do that. Also, I'm going to make one more change inside this page.js6. I will add a class name. We'll say minus margin top to, let's say, 10. So it will be little up. Okay, I think that's much better. Perfect. Over here, you can give some values, or let's say h2 tag, and here I will say summary of your conversation. I will add a class name. Font, instead of font we'll say text large, let's say font bold. Let's see how it looks. Perfect. Okay, and where you can scroll it, you can give margin bottom. So here we'll say margin bottom to, let's say, 6, so some space. Okay, and same thing you can do over here on the right hand side. So I will copy this same one, just I will paste it inside this div tag, and here we'll say your conversation. Okay, and I think that's all. Let's save it and let's test this out. Perfect. So here we have this conversation. We don't need this particular text. Okay, so let's remove this from the chat box because that is not that much relevant. Okay, so I will just let me do this empty. I don't want to show anything, so I will just remove this particular text. Okay, and I think this is pretty much all for this particular text. Okay, so that's how, guys, you need to show this view summary. As simple as that. It's not a rocket science, but the most interesting thing about this one, user can see what answer he gave and what feedback he received inside this summary. It is very important, in order to build this SaaS application, we need to keep track of all the conversation and the tokens, because we already giving the user some default token when user create the account. And when user makes some usage, right, when user start conversation, we need to update the token. Obviously we need so that user can purchase later on if he needed. Now in order to update this token, we need to count the length of the conversation, right? So if user talk 5 words, then we need to calculate that 5 words, and then we need to update that. So simply go to the discussion room page.jsx file, and that's where all our logic are, right? So inside this, I'm going to create a new method called constant update user token and the arrow function. Now in order to update it, first we need to write a method to update the token. So inside the users Convex folder, right, here we'll write a new method. We'll say export constant update user token is equal to mutation, and in that one it will get 2 arguments. The one is the ID, so this ID is nothing but the user ID, right, and then the credits. Okay, the updated credits that we are going to which we want to update, so that is of type number, and then we'll pass the handler. over here we'll simply say await ctx.db.patch, and then we need to pass which record you want to update. So we'll say arguments.id and then the field which you want to update. So in this case we'll say credits with our arguments.credits. Perfect, something like this. Okay, and that's how you can update it, as simple as that. Now simply at the top we will mention that particular we will update that. So here we say update user token is equal to use mutation and then provide the API. So API dot users dot update user token. Now make sure to update this particular method. So here we'll say update user token, we'll say method only. Okay, and inside that we'll say constant result is equal to await update user token, and inside this we need to provide a two important value. One is the user ID, so that we can get it from the user data dot underscore ID. Now if you don't have this user data defined here, you can get it from the use context. So over here you can define user data comma set user data is equal to use context, and here we'll say user context. Now once you define this user data, from the user data you'll get the user ID. Here I will make this as async, and then in order to create the credits, obviously you have this user data dot credits as well, but the problem is we need to calculate that first. So simply over here we'll say constant token count is equal to, and now this particular method we need to call inside the use effect, because use effect executing whenever the conversation changes, right? So simply at the bottom you can call this method called update user token method, and inside this conversation, or instead of this conversation, right, let's update whenever you generate the final transcript. Okay, so over here you can update it and you just need to send this text and nothing else, something like this. Okay, but also here I will make this await if needed, but also you need to update on whenever the AI generate the response. So that logic inside this use effect, right? So maybe you can set after this conversation, and over here we'll say update token, but we just want a generated message so that we can get it from the AI response dot content. Okay, so here we'll update AI generated token, and over here we'll say update user generated token. Okay, so these two methods we update, and then inside this update user token we'll get the text, and depends on this particular text we'll say text dot trim, and obviously if it's there we'll say text dot trim, then we'll split this, and here we'll say this is the regex, okay, that we need to follow, and slash, and we'll say dot length, so it will calculate the length, otherwise it will give 0 if the text token count is empty. And then once we have some token, right, so this will be our token, so we'll just minus the token from this one. So if user has some credits, minus this token. Now make sure this is the number, and I will also make sure this will be also a number. Okay, and then in credits we will get the result as a number only, and that's all you need to do. Also make sure you will update our hook. So inside the set user data you need to write let's say previous, and inside this we will say all the field from the previous, but you need to update the credits field with this value. Perfect, right? So make sure to update like this and then save it. Now what we do from the next time, whenever start the conversation, it will also update your token, and that is very, very important. So here I did some conversation, okay, and if you see in our database we have this credit updated to 49928, okay, it depends on how much conversation I did, how cool. So that's how you need to do it. You can also implement the same thing when you generate the feedback and notes, okay. So same thing you have to do, just call this method when you are disconnecting, right? We already have this update conversation, and once you get the result, then also you can update it. It's up to you. So if you have any question, any doubt, let me know in the comment section. You can ask on my Discord channel as well. Now it's time to implement the profile section. On the click of profile, we are going to show a dialog, and on that dialog, we user have option to update his account setting, username, as well as he can check the how many credits left, and option to upgrade and join the membership as well through that particular profile section. So first thing, we're gonna add the dialog on the click of this profile. So simply we'll go to the chat CN and search for the dialog component. As you know that we already installed this component, so you don't need to install it again, just copy this import statement. Also we are going to create a new component for that. So inside our dashboard component folder, I'm going to add profile dialog.jsx. We'll add a default template, and then simply whatever the import statement you copied for the dialog, paste it here. Same thing, I'm going to copy this dialog use case example, we'll paste it here and then save it. Now we want to open this dialog on the click of this profile button. So simply go to the page.jsx, that's where, okay, so inside this feature assistant we have this button, right? So we'll just wrap the profile dialog something like this, okay. Now this will be the children, so inside the profile dialog we'll accept the children, and then we'll render these children over here. Make sure to mark this as a child so that you will not get any hydration error. Now once you save it, let's go back, and now on the click of this profile you will see it opens the dialog. Pretty cool, right? So that's how it works, as simple as that. Now inside this dialog description, I'm going to create a new component under this component folder under the dashboard called credits.jsx, and in that one we are going to show credit. Now this component we are going to just import inside this dialog description. So over here we'll say credits and then save it. Now if I go back and click on profile, you will see the text credits only. Now let's go to this credits, and that's where we are going to show how many credits left and option to upgrade the credits as well. So first I'm going to get the user information. So we'll say user data is equal to use context. Anyway, here we'll say user context, okay, and then save it. Now inside this div, first we'll add another div. Inside this we'll say image, the source tag, and inside the source we want to show a user profile picture. So here we'll say user dot picture. It's need to be user data, actually user data dot picture. Then we'll give width, let's say 60, and height to 60. Now if I save this one, make sure the profile picture is displaying on the screen. So somehow the profile picture is not visible. I will just make sure the field is correct. So right now it looks like we are not saving the picture. So in order to get the user picture, you can get it from the our authentication hook, so which is equal to use user from the stack frame slash tag, okay, and then you can say user dot picture, and I will just make sure. So we will say user dot profile image URL, okay. So in order to display the picture, you need to add this profile image URL. Now if I go to this profile, so right now we are getting this error. Now this error stating that you need to add this host name inside your next.config.js file. because this is third party URL, right, and we need to add this host name into that one. So simply copy this host name, go to the next.config.mjs file. Inside here, let's add images. Inside the images, let's add a domain, and whatever the domain you want to whitelist, just add this. Once you add that, you need to refresh your application or restart your application, and in meantime I will also check whether it's displaying or not. And here we have perfect. Now we'll just add some styling. So over here we'll add a class name, we'll make rounded full and save it. After this, on the right hand side, I want to show username. So over here we'll say user dot display name, then another HTTP tag for user dot email or primary email. Now for this HTTP tag, we'll add a text larger, font bold. Perfect. And let's bring in one line. So for this one as well, I will make a gray color, let's say 500, and for this div I will make it flex, gap of 5, item to be in the center, something like this. Okay, then I will put one horizontal line. So after this div, we'll add a horizontal line. Here you can add class name margin y to, let's say 3, so some space. Then we'll add another div tag, and it will show the how many token you already use, right? So simply let's say h2 tag, inside that we'll say token usage, and I will give a class name font bold. Okay, then just below that one we want to show how many token usage, let's say 30,000 from the 50,000, you can say anything like this. Okay, and then we want to show a progress bar. So right now this is how it look like, but we want to show a progress bar and it will display the actual progress. So in order to add a progress bar, just go to this Shatsion components and search for this progress component. It's very easy, just copy this import statement and make sure to install this. Once you install, just use it. So over here I will add this progress from the components, and to this progress you can define the value. Okay, so if you see this example, you need to define this value. For now, let's say you define a value as 33% completed. Okay, perfect, and save it. And if I go back to this profile, you will see this one. Now for this progress bar, we'll add a styling, we'll add margin top, let's say margin y to 5, so some space. Perfect. Okay, next I will just make this 4 or maybe 3, and then we want to show the current plan information. Okay, so over here I will add an div tag. Inside the div we'll add h2 tag, and inside that we'll say current plan. Then we'll add another h2 tag and we'll say, for example, free plan. Okay, and save it. Right now we are just building UI, but we are going to add some condition as well that I'm going to tell you in a moment. Now over here we'll say class name font bold. Then for this div we'll add a class name, we'll make it flex, then justify between, item to be in the center. For this h2 tag I'm going to add a class name, we'll add a padding to 1, then background secondary, and also we'll make rounded corner to, let's say, large, something like this. See? Let's add padding x to 2. Perfect. For this div, let's add margin top to 3. Perfect. Okay, then we want to add one card. In that one we can show option to upgrade. So over here I will add one div. Inside this div let's add another div with an h2 tag, and here we'll say pro plan. Then we'll add another h2 tag, here we'll say how many tokens you are giving to that pro plan. So we'll say 50,000 tokens. Now over here we'll make font bold, and I will make sure to wrap this in one div, something like this, and then we'll add another issue tag to display the amount. Okay, so here we'll say $10 per month. Here I will make this font bold. Okay, now let's bring everything in one line. So here we'll say class name flex and justify between. So this is how it will look like, but obviously we need to use some margin top and all. So for this one we will add margin top to 5, then we'll add padding to, let's say, 5 and save it. Perfect. Let's add a border as well, and we'll make rounded to Excel. And then at the bottom we want to add a button. So over here first we'll add a horizontal line. For this we'll add margin Y to 3, and then we'll add a button. We'll say upgrade. Into this button I'm going to add a wallet icon, and we'll say upgrade. You can pass the amount as well. We'll say $10, and then save it. And this is how it looks like. Let's put the width to be full. So for this class button we'll add width to full, something like this. And that's how our token profile dialog is ready. Okay, now the question is, how can we show which one is free plan, which one is paid, and everything? If you remember, when we create the user information, we added this subscription ID. If user has a valid subscription ID, then we are going to show that user is on a paid plan, and also we are going to show the credits because we already have this credit information as well. So from the user data we are going to show the credits, how many credits user left with. So over here we'll just simply going to add a credits, user data dot credits, and if I save it, now you will see the actual user credits. So right now it's not displaying somehow, so it need to be a credits with a small c, and here we have. And you can just detect this 50,000 from this one. Okay, but before that I'm going to, now if it's a free plan, then we can show the just minimum token, right? So let's consider over here we can add a condition. If user data dot subscription ID, I will just make sure the field name is correct. Okay, so this is the subscription ID. I will just okay, that's fine. If subscription ID is there, right, then we can show the text as 50,000 token. Okay, otherwise we can show let's say 5,000 tokens. Okay, and after this let's save this one, and then you will see now user only have 5,000 token. Obviously by default I already have the 50,000 token, right? But now let's add subscription ID. Let's say 1 2 3 4 5, as this is a string. I will add this, and if I refresh it, now you will see that token count is to 50,000. Good, right? So that's how you need to add it. Next thing, same thing depends on that one. We need to calculate the progress. So over here I will write a method constant calculate progress, I will say, and the arrow function. Now this method I am going to call over here, and it will return a data. So first we'll check if user is free or not. So over here we'll say if user data dot subscription ID, if it's there, right, then we'll return the 50,000 minus user data dot credits. Okay, so this need to be a number, so I will just make sure it's a number. Okay, and then save it. Now if I go back and I don't know. Okay, so if you see our, if I refresh this, let make sure it's correct and make sure, okay, so you have to make sure it need to be between 1 to 100. So you have to divide this by 100. So let's divide this by 100. So actually here instead of minus, let's divide this number of tokens. So we'll do number of tokens divided by maximum token. So in this case maximum token will be 50,000, right? And then we'll say into 100. So into 100. Let's save it and let's see. I think it's over the our logic. I think our logic is incorrect. Actually our logic is correct, but if you see the percentage is very minimum, it's 99.856, so that's the reason. But if I decrease this percentage, let's say I will make 40,000, right, and enter it, then if I refresh this now, you will see that change, and then you will update this progress bar to, let's say, 80%. See, okay, so this is correct, so that's good. And obviously once you reach to 0, then this progress bar will end to this left side, right? So nothing, you don't have token, then you need to upgrade it. So something like that. Next thing, over here you need to show paid plan if user already have that subscription ID. So over here I can put a logic, so you can put this logic. I will just copy everything as it is, I will paste it here, and the free plan we can add over here, and this will say paid plan. Okay, and if you see, oh, I think spelling is incorrect, so here we say paid plan. So if user is already on paid plan, then you will see this paid plan option. But if you want to upgrade this plan, then after clicking on that one, you can navigate to this payment gateway. Now for the payment gateway, I already added the Razor Pay payment gateway, which is compatible to our Indian currency, but you can also add the Strappy, and for that one you can watch my Build Personal AI Assistant video. In that one we already have the dedicated payment integration chapter. You can refer to that one. It's similar, 99% similar to what we already built it. Also you can go to the tubeguruji.com. we have this Build Personal AI Assistant application. Go to that one. You can also get the source code of this one, or you can get the source code of this particular application from the tubeguruji.com. So on that one, on the click of upgrade, you will navigate to this Razor Pay payment gateway, and then you can easily make a payment. I will add the payment integration into this source code, so you can get the source code and then you can have the payment integration ready to use. Now you also need to make sure once you add the payment and you have the subscription ID, make sure to update the subscription ID into your users column, as well as you need to update the credits. So this 2 point is very important. Now let's consider that you want to show your video on this screen, right? Obviously we need to enable the webcam for that one, and that's what we are going to integrate now. Now it's up to you whether you want to display the webcam on this big screen or on this small screen. Now consider that we want to show this on this smaller screen. So for that one, the easiest way to do that, just install this React Webcam library, copy this React Webcam, make sure to install this one, and once you install, you can simply add that. So what I will do right now, I'm going to comment this out, okay, for testing purpose, and I will add a div. Inside that we'll add a webcam like this, and then save it. Now to this webcam I'm going to provide the height and width. So let's say I provide the height of 170, width I will give 250. Also you can provide the class name, and I will make a rounded corner to, let's say, 2XL, and then save it. Now once we add that, let's go back, and here we can able to see the webcam. Cool, right? Now next we want this on the right side corner, similar like this one. So you can just add the class name. We'll make this absolute, the class name to be an absolute. Then we'll set a bottom to, let's say, 10, and right to 10, okay, and then save it. Now it will be on the right hand side at the bottom. I think we can decrease this size. So I will make this to, let's say, 80, and here I will make this 130, some little smaller, something like this. I think that's much better. Okay, so that's how you need to add it. If you want to add more customization to that one, on the click of that, you want to see the bigger image, that also you can do it. It's up to you how you want to do it. Okay, for now I will keep it simple, but if you want to know how to do it, let me know in the comment section and we can do it in the source code. Now it's time to deploy our application to a production. So I added this landing screen, simple and clean. If you want to get this landing screen, you can access it from the source code. It is included in the source code as well. Also, there are some features that are also available inside the source code. If you want it, you can access that one. Now, first thing that we are going to do is to push all our code to the GitHub, and then we are going to connect GitHub to a Vercel, because Vercel is the cloud platform to host your site for free. So let's go to GitHub first and we'll create a new repo. Here I will give the name as AI Coaching Voice Agent. Then you can keep the public or private, it's up to you, and then create the repo. Once the repo is created, you can set the origin to this repo. So I will copy this and simply go to your terminal. Here I will first initialize the Git. Once it is initialized, set the remote origin, then run git add command. So all your files are get staged. Then give the commit message. We'll say initial commit, and then simply push this change. But if you are pushing this first time, then make sure to push with this command. And then once the code is pushed, it will be available to your repo. Now many users ask me the question why we are not pushing directly to the Vercel. You can also do that, but keeping the all your code to the GitHub will help you to update in later on. You will not lose your code at any time, and it will be very easy to share across a multiple way, right? So simply once it pushed, make sure it is available on a GitHub. Now go to the Vercel, and over here you have option to click add new, click project. Now you have to connect your GitHub repo to this one. So I already connected. Then you will see the name of your project, because we just now pushed, so it's saying just now, and then click import. Over here you can give the project name, then it automatically select the framework as well. Now as we are also using the Convex, so you have to do little bit modification while building the Vercel project. So if I go to this Convex documentation, here you need to follow couple of steps. First thing, you need to override this build command with this npx convex deploy and this npm run build. So I will copy this, go back to your project, and over here we have this build output setting. Just override this and I will paste the one which we copied. Then I will go back over here, and then you need to get the convex deploy key. So simply, in order to get this convex deploy key, go to the dashboard, and inside the dashboard select the project, but make sure to select the production mode now. Inside this production mode, obviously go to the settings, and inside the settings you have this URL deploy key. Now let's generate this production deploy key, as I am using the Convex cloud on their own platform. So you can directly go to the dashboard. Here I will say production key and then save it. Once the key is generated, just copy this key, and you need to add the environment variable with this Convex deploy key. Okay, so that's how easy it is. But before that, after overriding this command, click environment variable and go back to your project, open the .env.local file and copy all the environment keys like this and simply paste it here. Boom, right? Then I will add one more key, and then we want to give the name as a convex deploy key. So I will add that, and from the convex production we need to also copy the convex production key, and I will paste it here and simply click deploy. Now if you face any issue while deployment, just check the log and just fix the issue or fix the error. As simple as that. You don't need to worry about if it's not deployed correctly or if you get any error. So now we'll wait to finish the deployment. Right now it's building, then it will install all the dependency, and then it will deploy our application on the cloud. And boom, our application is now live, and here is the preview. If I click to open this application, boom, we have this now dedicated domain to this one, and here you can access our application. So guys, that's how easily you can deploy your application on the production mode on the cloud. Now one more important thing, go to the stack.com, and here we need to make your application to production mode, and it's quite easy. I already did it. So go to the project setting, and inside the project setting, okay, first before that let's go to the domain because you need to add your domain. So click add new domain and you can add a virtual domain. Make sure the URL is correct. You don't need to have your own dedicated domain, okay? I already added, so it's saying domain already exists. Once you add that one, make sure to disable this development setting, okay? And then you can go to the project setting, and here you need to enable this production mode, and boom, you are good to go. Okay, so that's how easy you can put this stack auth on production mode as well. So guys, that's all for this video. If you really like this video, press like button. If you did not subscribe to our channel, please do subscribe, and don't forget to press notification bell icon. Once you press the notification bell icon, you will get all of my update and you will not miss any update from me. So guys, see you in the next video.